waterfront, the new Comiskey Park stands tall in great anticipation of its much-awaited debut. Nearly 2 years after ground was broken for this dream facility, the Chicago White Sox will soon take the field for the first time in the new Palace. As for the players, there is plenty of excitement.
Fun to come to the park every day, to come to a facility like that. You know, the parking lot we had last year was kind of hard. The clubhouse was real small. The air conditioning didn't work half the time. You know, that's stuff that, you know, it gets old and it breaks down a lot. And, you know, hopefully this year with the new park, you know, it's just going to be all nice and plush and fun to come to the park every day.
I don't think anybody would be too disappointed that old Comiskey's gone. We have a new facility. It's going to make for new accommodations for the players and the fans, better views for the fans. People are worried about the memories that old Comiskey Park has given all the fans of Chicago and all over the country. But the memories are mostly between your ears, and you'll take that from one side of the street to the other, and you won't forget. We'll give you something to remember.
The new Comiskey replaces a true legend, yet the new park is sure to quickly carve out its own niche as one of the game's very best stadiums. And with it will come many wonderful Sox memories in the months, years, and decades ahead. So on this premiere day, Sports Channel presents the new Comiskey era.
The new Comiskey era is brought to you by Old Style, double brewed from artesian spring water. Old Style and Old Style Light. It's our great beer. And by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Honda dealers.
Hello everyone, I'm Jim Blaney. Welcome to the start of a new era at the new Comiskey Park. During the next hour, we've got plenty of things in store for you. We're going to give you a tour of this brand new baseball facility. We'll show you what it looks like from top to bottom, giving you an idea of what it looks like from the seats here at the new ballpark. We will also check in with Roger Bossard, the groundskeeper, I'm thinking golf here, the groundskeeper extraordinaire who's responsible for maintaining the beautiful ballpark and the beautiful grounds that the players will play on here at Comiskey Park. And we'll also hear from some very excited White Sox players who are getting ready to play in the opening game here against the Tigers in the first game at the new Comiskey Park. And joining me today are Bonnie Green and Kenny McReynolds. They'll help bring us the flavor of what's going on down on the field here at new Comiskey Park. They are standing by down at third base.
Thank you very much, Jim Blaney. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Kenny McReynolds along with Bonnie Green. Bonnie, a new era for the Chicago White Sox and their fans, and a lovely ballpark.
It's absolutely beautiful, and you know, Carlton was right. A lot of memories are going to be made in this park, and I think there'll be a lot of new Sox fans. I really believe that. Once they get a look at this, we're going to have Sox fans for life.
Well, it should be a lot of fun.
Back to you, Jim.
The history of building the new park has in many ways been like a roller coaster ride. There's been plenty of ups and downs. Sure, it finally resulted in the smooth, happy finish, which we see here today, but it wasn't without moments of uncertainty. With the Grand Old Lady on the north side of 35th Street rapidly deteriorating, the Sox organization began looking to the future several years ago. When initial attempts to build a new stadium failed, there was serious talk of the team moving to Florida.
It's very, very important to the economy of the city of Chicago and also to the economy of the state of Illinois that we don't allow the state of Florida to come up here and kidnap one of our city treasurers.
It took a true political effort. Former Governor James Thompson and then Chicago Mayor Eugene Sawyer got things off dead center. They developed an agreement to build the new facility, subject to passage by the Illinois legislature. The moment of truth came on June 30th, 1988, the final day of the spring session. After Senate approval by a 30-26 margin that night, it went down to the wire in the House. 60 yes votes were needed for passage in the House by 11:59 p.m. If the session extended past midnight, 71 votes would be required, a virtual impossibility. Governor Thompson and House Majority Leader Michael Madigan frantically worked the floor to muster up the additional votes. Finally, at 11:59, just in the nick of time, the vote passed by a margin of 60-55.
It was incredibly good. Thank you.
Congratulations to you.
You gave your word and you kept it.
That's right.
As you always do.
As always.
Thank you.
A computer printout showed the vote actually came at 12:03 a.m. on July 1st, but Madigan verified the official time as 11:59 p.m. June 30th. It was a great moment for the White Sox organization, its fans, the game of baseball, and the city of Chicago.
Well, I think it sends a signal to the business community that the city of Chicago is serious about trying to hold on to the businesses here, that we'll do whatever we can to assist them in the city.
Works real good.
Yeah. If you would care to walk to the top with me, I'll be happy to. But sure you want to go up there? All right.
So over a period of 23 months, building of a brand spanking new ballpark. Is indeed the indoor batting cage. If the weather's bad, if the guys are waiting for the rain to let up during a rainout, they can come in here and stay loose. The DHs, during the game, they can come in here as well. So the Sox batters are going to have plenty of time and plenty of opportunity to get loosened up before they take the plate. Now, obviously, we are inside the ballpark, and one of the things you'll notice, first of all, no posts, unobstructed seating all around the stadium, and that should make nearly every seat in the house in this ballpark a good seat for Sox fans, because who didn't have a case in the old park where you were stuck behind a railing or stuck behind a girder or something? That won't be the case in this ballpark. Wherever you sit in this ballpark, you'll have a good view of seeing the White Sox play. Now comes the time for us to give you an idea of what your view might look like from some of the seats here at the new Comiskey Park. And as we pull back, you can see we're in center field, but we're at the top of the bleachers, and as you can see behind me, the view's not bad from this seat. As a matter of fact, it's pretty darn good. You're right in dead center field, but you can see all the action just perfectly. We have moved around on the lower deck. We're sitting in pretty much of a line between third base and the pitcher's mound, and these are some of the better seats in the park, and they certainly live up to the billing. From here, you are very, very close to the action, and if you happen to sit down in this area of the ballpark, you're not going to miss anything because you've got a great view of the action happening right in front of you. We have now reached what for many White Sox fans is the moment, or more accurately, the place of truth in the new Comiskey Park. You are looking down on the field from the very top of the stadium. This is as far as you can go without jumping out the top of the stadium and having something unpleasant happen. But all kidding aside, as you can see, the view really isn't too bad from up here. And I know a lot of White Sox fans in the process of driving by the new ballpark during the past year or so on the Dan Ryan have looked way up here to the top and said, those seats can't be very good way up there. Well, you just saw what it looks like from up here, and I'm sitting down and looking down in the ballpark, and it's a pretty good view because the main thing is it's an unobstructed view from the top of the stadium. You have nothing in your way. The seats are slanted at an angle so that even the people right in front of you, if they stand up, they're not going to be in your way to see the ball game. So really, from what we've seen, there really is not a bad seat in this entire ballpark. It's a beautiful ballpark. It certainly looks like it was worth the money that everybody spent to build this place, and I think Sox fans are going to enjoy this. And who knows, maybe 80 years from now, to borrow a phrase, you'll say you were here. Okay, if there's anybody who knows about all the seats in this ballpark, he is sitting here with me now. It's Bob Voigt, the White Sox Director of Ticket Sales. Bob, first of all, how many more tickets could you have sold for this game if you would have had the space?
I'll tell you, Jim, that's a great question. There's no question that we would have absolutely been overwhelmed by the demand, and I would guess we could have put 250,000 people in the game today.
As a ticket manager, this has got to be a dream season. You got a new ballpark, you got a good competitive team. Now all you got to do is hope for the weather to hold out all year, and you can set some pretty high numbers as far as attendance is concerned.
Well, our first goal this year is to break the all-time Chicago baseball record of about 2.5 million that the Cubs set in 1989. Our advanced sale right now is pushing 1.8. And as you had mentioned, with the weather and the way the ball club has started off in this fabulous new facility, we really anticipate doing 2.5 to 2.75 million.
I can't remember an event that may have been a tougher ticket in this town than opening day here, but just because people can't get into opening day here, that certainly doesn't mean there aren't lots of other great opportunities to come and see the Sox play later this year.
No question, except for a couple of games against Oakland in early June. We really have some dynamite dates available and good tickets available for just about all dates.
Hey, how much does it help a ticket manager that the team starts out 6-1 on the road?
Well, it certainly doesn't hurt us, Jim. Again, I think the ball club coming off the season that we enjoyed last year was so important to us, and the great start this year. There's no question people enjoy flocking to a winner, and this facility.
A chance to talk to any of the fans who have made their way into the park early today to find out their reaction to what the park looks like, their reaction to the seats, because most of these people in this park have not been in here until this very moment.
As a matter of fact, yes, we are in the process of having some of my sales staff talking just to the average fans at the various levels of the park. And again, from what I have heard at a very early date is people are just overwhelmed by the sight lines, number one, and just the absolutely beautiful setting that this stadium provides.
Okay, Bob Voigt, the Sox ticket manager. He's a very happy guy today. He's going to have a full ballpark, and who knows, when the Sox are in contention the rest of the year, the ballpark should be full for the rest of the summer. When we come back, we're going to talk with Sox General Manager Ron Schuler and Sox Manager Jeff Torborg. That's when we continue. Stay with us.
I think on a confidence factor, it's big, and also you still have that Oakland club out there that's off to a great start, and you can't fall too far behind them. They're going to be tough to catch.
Jeff has preached all along that he's really not concerned with what other teams are doing. Is that your job to keep track of the A's and to check on what they're doing out there on the coast?
Well, I keep track of the ones above us and below us because I'm a little more, I think, apprehensive than Jeff is, but he has the right idea. Just go out and try to win as many ball games as we can and see what happens.
On building a team for a park, we've seen that done in so many places. Very quickly, how long is it going to take you to realize what kind of elements of the game that this park favors so that you can more or less mold the team a little bit to the park?
Hopefully it won't take too long. We were out here yesterday when the team wasn't here, hitting some fly balls, trying to get a reaction to the wind and stuff, but I think it'll be our advantage, but I would say it's going to be a month down the road before we can really tell, which ways are going to benefit our club.
Ron, thank you very much for joining us. Great day, beautiful park, everything looks great. Ron is the man responsible for getting the players here. When they get here, Ron turns them over to Jeff Torborg, and Jeff Torborg is standing by with Kenny McReynolds.
Thank you very much, Jim. We're down on the field with the White Sox manager Jeff Torborg. Jeff, a real big day in White Sox history.
Yeah, it really is. This place is just beautiful. We saw it in the dark last night, and it was just awesome at that time. Then to come out here during the day and the sun up and that magnificent scoreboard, and of course Roger Bozard has outdone himself on the field. The field is just in beautiful shape. It looks like a manicured golf course. So it's an exciting time for us.
Let me ask you a question, Jeff. If I'm Sparky Anderson, when I come in here today, it's not really a home field advantage to the White Sox yet because you haven't played a game here.
The home field advantage are the people in the stands. Home field advantage, everybody knows how ballparks play, or everybody doesn't know how they play. In other words, we come in today, we don't know how the ball's going to carry. Playing in front of your own fans, that's the key. That's where you really have the advantage because they're with you every step of the way. It gets the adrenaline flowing when every time you make a positive move, they're there for you.
Tell me a little bit about the facilities inside. Your players are ecstatic about the beautiful facilities they have here in the new Comiskey Park.
Well, after the older ballparks have such small clubhouses and barely any place to work out underneath, we've got 2 tunnel cages before we even get into the clubhouse. You get into the clubhouse and it's like being in a huge living room. Then there are the offices, and then the coaches have a separate office. There's a conference room in between. The training room here is the most magnificent thing I've ever seen. I think you could probably train 5 football teams here, and that would be with rosters of 50. It just is state of the art. It's just a nice feeling to be able to come into something so sparkling, but it all comes down to whether this might be pretty and all and the fans will be comfortable watching. What we have to do the job on the field to make it even worthwhile for any of us.
And the team so far has done the job on the field, just 1 loss.
Yeah, unfortunately that was the last one, and that's the one your taste is still in your mouth. You don't feel real good about, but the important thing is that we know that we can play well and we can win. There are going to be times that we do beat ourselves, but not too often, and that's the sign of a good ball club. And we tried to stress from spring training on that we had to pick up where we left off last year, and to go on the road to 3 different towns in lousy weather and extended periods of time and come out 6-1 means we did a heck of a job.
Well, Jeff, I tell you what, a great start for the baseball team, a great new ballpark. Thanks so much for dropping by. Now let's go back to Jim Blaney.
From Jeff Torborg's perspective on the new Comiskey Park, next we hear from a member of the Fourth Estate. Tony Giannetti has been covering the White Sox for the Sun-Times for the past 3 years, and now she's standing by with Bonnie Green.
Thanks, Jim. I'm talking with Tony Giannetti from the Chicago Sun-Times. And Tony, it's a new era here in White Sox baseball. What do you think?
It feels like we're at a road game. That's what I keep thinking because it's so new and it's so different. I've been in here once 2 weeks ago when they had the official tour for everybody, and they were still putting the finishing touches on things. So even it still looks a little different. And I was here, for the groundbreaking when this was just kind of a hole in the ground kind of thing. But it's going to be great for their franchise. I really think it's going to rejuvenate the White Sox and kind of be good for sports in Chicago too, for baseball.
You've been covering the White Sox for 3 years now?
Right.
And what do you think the team's reaction is going to be to something like this?
Well, I think they're all real happy, I think, to be in a new facility. To a man, I think you'll find that most of the players didn't like the physical attributes of Comiskey Park. Nothing against the memories of the ballpark and what it stood for, but just like going to your place of business, it's nicer to work in facilities that are a little bit nicer. And of course, they're used to going to facilities around the American League that are, by large part, are better. We're better than the oldest ballpark in the major leagues. But I think they'll probably be blasé about it a little bit today, and it'll take a little work to get their real feelings out. Ozzie Guillen's already been kidding about the park and complaining that he thought the old park would be gone by now. But
not quite. It'll take a little bit longer.
It will.
Well, now, the Sun-Times is going to do something special in terms of a baseball supplement, right?
Yeah, we're putting out daily weekdays now, what we call a baseball edition. And when the Cubs are home, it'll be sold at Wrigley Field in the newsstands and at vendors around the ballpark. And when the Sox are in town, it'll be weekdays here, and it'll include a scorecard. It's kind of a wraparound to the regular paper, and up-to-date scores and things like that, standings.
I hope you enjoy the new ballpark.
Thanks, Bonnie. It was nice being with you.
And we'll be back with more from Jim Blaney right after this commercial break.
I'm Jim Blaney. You know, last year, one of the most heralded events in all of baseball was Turn Back the Clock Day at the old Comiskey Park. Well, that got national recognition around the world, as a matter of fact. Well, the man who thought up the whole idea and made it work is joining us now, Rob Gallus. And Rob, after that, the great successes of last year, you got a brand new ballpark. It would seem to me to be pretty easy to lure people to come in here this year.
Well, I don't know how easy it is. All we know is we found out it's a lot of work. Getting a ballpark open, I think it's a once-in-a-lifetime thing, and that's it. No, just once.
What kind of things have you and your staff had to go through to make this thing work? I know you've probably got members of the media from all over the country, probably a lot of VIPs wanted to get in. What were some of the things you had to sort out in order to pull this game off today?
Well, the first thing we had to sort through was about 950 applications from the media for seats in the press box, which seats 125, so that did take a little doing. Other parts of the stadium that were very interesting for us is things that we don't normally do. First of all, we had to come up with 1,500 pictures to hang in the suite level and in the press box level and things like that. We had to get the Hall of Fame and the Kids Corner and all those things ready.
So now, is this the end of all the hard work, or is it just the beginning?
Well, it's certainly the beginning of the season, but now we go back to our regular business of baseball, and the hoopla dies down, and we go back to concentrating more on the product on the field and the team and just playing baseball.
How much of a distraction is it for you and your staff? Because everything has been geared so much towards this game, and I think a lot of people have forgotten the fact there's 80 more at this ballpark to come.
We focused on this game. Everyone's focused on this game. It hasn't been as much of a distraction as it's just worn us all down. We've put in very, very long days to get to this point, so everything would be ready. I mean, literally coming in at 8 in the morning and working till midnight or 1 a.m. for days in a row. So we're kind of looking forward to just backing off a little bit and enjoying the ballpark. We haven't had time to do that yet.
I guess we can compare this for you to cramming for a college exam. The day is finally here. What did you do when you got here this morning? Kind of say, hey, I've done all I can, let it rip, or were you still working up to the last minute?
I got here at 5 o'clock this morning, and the first thing I did was I took one last walk around the park before there was gum under the seat or popcorn on the floor.
You try to act like those things don't happen, but we all know they do. What is your feeling now as we get toward the game? Is it one of relief? Are you going to be able to sit and enjoy the game, or do you have to work through the 2.5, 3 hours the game will
Well, we
run?
have a very complicated pregame coming up with some military flyovers and things like that, so I'm kind of anxious to get back down there and make sure that the planes fly over at the right note of the Oak Ridge Boys and etc.
Okay, Rob, we'll let you get back to work. Thanks for coming on and joining us. So you can see behind me the beautiful field here at Comiskey Park, and you know, when it comes to keeping up professional sports fields, there's no family better known than the Bossards right here in Chicago. As a matter of fact, Roger Bossard, who's been with the White Sox for a very long time, is a third-generation groundskeeper in his family, and he's done a beautiful job here at Comiskey Park. You ever wonder how he got the field to look so good here at Comiskey? We're going to let you in on a little something. We'll show you exactly how Roger Bossard keeps up the field here at Comiskey Park.
It's like a new baby. I had a chance to implement everything I wanted to, and very rarely does a head groundkeeper have the chance to do that. I've got a field now. Well, last night we had over 2 inches of rain, and you can walk across it now, and it's not soft. There's no puddles. Over at the other stadium, I had adequate drainage, but nothing like this. I implemented something called stabilization fibers down at the 6-inch level of my root zone soil structure. What these fibers do when the tap roots, which is the main part of the main body of your root system, when they go down that far, they will attach themselves to the fiber to give more resiliency and durability to the ball players and to the footing. And with the type of sand bed that I've got for drainage, I felt I needed to do something like that, and that's new on the market. So I really don't want to be an innovator, but this was something that I have done a lot of testing on for the last 3 years since the thought process of doing this job. And I feel quite comfortable. I'm very happy right now. Water never goes through the top half of drain tile. It comes down, causes hydraulic pressure, and then comes up in the tile and out. Above this area here, this is my drainage trench that I had to dig down. Above here would be the 12-inch root zone cavity structure of the sand that I talked about, and of course above that is the sod, which was born and bred on the same type of sand, so I don't have an incompatibility or a layering effect that would block the percolation rate of the water. Once again, I'm from the old school. When you're the third generation, you better make sure that it works. I'll have everybody down on me from my family. This is my top dressing sand, and actually the same sand that I use in the outfield for the root zone soil structure to make sure that the infield surface is level and like a pool table. The grass portion, I use this type of sand. Now you're getting to my sand top dresser and also the material that I use on the outfield warning track. That is special material that I get from Indiana. The reason why it solidifies, one of the main things that you want for an outfield track is so that it's firm, so when the players run out there to jump up against the fence, they have firm footing. This is a special clay called blue gumbo clay. When you go down into your cavity structure, probably 18 to 20 feet into the soil, you run into this type of clay. It usually takes me, a week to 10 days to find this clay so that it's debris clean and that it's got good solidity to it, and it cementates well when I put it in the areas for where the hitters hit and for where the pitchers, where they stand near the mound. The final two areas are my infield clay. I've had that clay there probably about 37 years. That was here when my dad was here. I will not get rid of it. There are two key things to the field. The first one is you make the field the way the players want it, and the second thing is drainage. The latter is extremely important because if we do not play a game, the chance is there that we could lose $500,000. As far as number one, taking care of the players, that is why I brought over the infield dirt from the old field. Without question, the most important part of a playing surface is the infield dirt. This is where the majority of the action is taking place. Probably 70% of the game is played on the infield. Ozzie and Scotty and Robin like the infield dirt. They like the cushion, and I wasn't going to lose it. When you get a new clay soil structure, sometimes it could take 3 or 4 months before you really can condition it to the percentage and to the way the players like it, and I didn't want to take that chance. A lot of people had thought that I was doing it on account of nostalgia, and as much as, of course, a part of me is always going to be in the old stadium, I was brought up there. It was not done for that purpose. It was done for the players. One of the key things is, though, when you do a job like this, is getting a proper tap, feeder, and hair root implementation into your root zone soil structure. And I want to say right now that I'm the proud father of an excellent root system. This is a little plug. This is 4 months. As you can see right here, I've got my tap and feeder roots are going down 7+ inches. For this time of the year, as far as agronomy is concerned, that's just tremendous. You can see the solidification, and you have to remember, this is pure sand. I have the roots in this sand, so I've got firmness, resiliency, durability for the player, yet when you do get the 2 to 3 inches of rain, the water's going to go right down real fast, and you'll have no problem getting the game in. So I had some trying times and some sleepless nights, but it's all worth it. This place is definitely state-of-the-art, the whole stadium, and I'm very happy to be here right now.
What a deal. You tune in for a baseball show and you get tips on a beautiful lawn. When we come back, we'll hear from the Hawk and Wimpy, the announcers. That's coming up in just a minute.
But it's just the fact that it's a new stadium, and I heard the facilities are beautiful, the locker room, and just that is exciting enough.
was excited, number one last year, to play in a championship team that we were on, and a contender, to play in Old Comiskey where Babe Ruth, Lou Gehrig have played, and now you get a chance to open up a new stadium. It's kind of neat, you know, that's a new sign of the times. We've got a new stadium. Obviously, we're going to have some number one facilities there, and I know a lot of guys as well as myself are excited to get in there and probably get in there and open the park and hopefully do it right and open it up with a great season.
I don't know what to expect, really. I don't think it will be that meaningful or anything to me as much as that last day in Old Comiskey was. It meant a lot to me. But the new park is new to everybody, so it really doesn't mean all that much more to me than it will to anybody else. Really, it'd be just like stepping in a new park here or anyplace else, I think.
Today has to be an extra special day for Don Paul because not only is he a member of the Chicago White Sox, he's been a White Sox fan all his life. Sports Channel is proud to provide exclusive coverage of 107 Sox games this season, and as we do that, we'll do so with the most colorful announced team in all of Major League Baseball. Ken Harrelson and Tom Paciorek. Hawk and Wimpy have some thoughts on opening day at the new Comiskey Park.
All right, Jim. Wimpy, what a ballpark, huh?
By the way, you look great in that tuxedo, but this place is unbelievable.
By the way, you don't look so good in yours.
No, I really do. I look good. I walked out here at 9 o'clock and my mouth dropped open. I was speechless for one of the very few times in my life. This is absolutely superb. I don't think there's a better ballpark in baseball.
Well, the players' facilities, which I'm sure you'll be seeing in some interviews, are just fantastic. You know what a difference because of the fact. I know as I was driving in this morning, it's the first time we've seen Comiskey Park, the old Comiskey Park, since they started to knock it down, and sure, you got some, some mixed emotions and feelings about that. But all that is gone, all that left as soon as I walked in this ballpark.
Boy, you got that right. I tell you, this facility is absolutely the best. I don't think that anybody can really compare to it. The facilities for the players are great. You know, if you want to take some swings during the ball game, there's 2 batting cages right there for the players. It's great. Walt Riniak has specified that grass be 1 inch high, and Roger Bossert did exactly that. The playing surface is great.
Well, George Toma, who is acknowledged to be one of the finest groundskeepers in all of sports. George, of course, had told us earlier he's been up here to see this, and he said that the irrigation system and the drainage system that Roger Bossert has implemented and put into play here at the new Comiskey Park makes all the others look obsolete. So indeed, even with the rain and the tough weather we'll have early and late in the seasons, it looks like there'll be no problem.
No problem with this field. And I'll tell you, it looks like we're going to have a good day for baseball. Another Sox victory. Let's get them.
Well, we hope the broadcast facilities are just equally as well. I haven't been up there yet, but it is a beautiful thing. The new Comiskey Park, we know all Sox fans are going to enjoy this. It's a new generation for all Chicagoans. And we'll be back with more in our pregame show after this.
Welcome back to the new Comiskey Park. The fans are very excited, of course, about the new ballpark, but so are the players. They've got new conditions under which to work in, and they love them a lot. As an example, let's go through the locker room with Robin Ventura and Tim Raines. They took a look earlier today.
Well, let's go over here to Tim Raines' locker. And Tim Raines, say hi to Sports Channel.
Hi, Sports Channel.
There he is. A nice guy here.
It's Rock Raines, isn't it?
Oh, excuse me, Rock Raines. Let's check out his locker if you can. First of all, he's got state of the art. You got your cubby hole up here. You can lock all your valuables, like the Mizuno catalog. That's always nice. He's got, look, anybody need any hangers? I'm sure he can survive without a couple of these. And let's take a look at his shoes that he brought today. Did you just buy these? A garage sale. Anybody want to buy any of this? I'm sure there's 1 or 2 shirts in here that could be for sale, or actually given away for free. This one hasn't even been used yet, and it's a team logo shirt. Do you have any say? Anything to say about that? Now here you go. Now look at this. He comes over to the Cubs, and he has. Look at this. Okay, do you have something to say about that?
My idol. Awesome Dawson. He's on the other side though, so no.
It's okay. We won't play him, so I guess it's legal. First, you might want to watch these once or twice a year. It's something. And look at this. He comes over and he still gets mail from the Expos. Is that money or?
I hope so.
You hope so. I think I think that might be a nice thing. And I think we're done with this.
Hey, man, get out of my locker, man.
The Sox, the only team in Major League Baseball with a rock and a rockin' on the same roster. Joining us now up in the booth is Tim Romani, who is with the Illinois Sports Facilities Authority, which is kind of an interesting organization, Tim, because you are the people responsible, I guess, for overall building the ballpark and now managing the ballpark, which is the most important thing. But it's an interesting group in that it's a consortium of a little bit of everybody. The White Sox, business, the city of Chicago, the state of Illinois, and it had to have been difficult, and a lot of people said it wouldn't work, but the evidence that the whole thing worked is right behind us.
A lot of people said that it couldn't be done, and then there's still those that said that it wouldn't be done. But in fact, you're right. There's been a lot of people that put a lot of effort into this ballpark, starting with the Illinois Sports Facilities Authority and our board members. We have a 7-member board, 3 appointed by the mayor of Chicago, 3 appointed by the governor of Illinois, and a chairman who's approved by both, really. Whenever you have that kind of makeup in any board, you're going to have some dissension in the ranks, you're going to have some back and forth. But the fact of the matter is that every vote that the board took was unanimous. We had a complete staff of 4 people, which is unheard of in public sector projects. But I think that the fact that we had a private sector mentality is really what caused the success here. And in fact, we brought this stadium in, as promised, on schedule and under budget.
When the Sports Authority first got together, did the board get together and set some ground rules and say, look, let's put all whatever political inclinations or leanings we might have, and let's really work on getting this done, because the people of the state of Illinois were keeping a very close eye on what went on in building this stadium.
Given the history of public works projects in the city of Chicago, we had a great deal of attention, and we had to carry that baggage early. The old McCormick place, when it was expanded, it was $60 million over budget. People were almost expecting this project to be another public sector nightmare. But our board set those ground rules from the beginning, so we're going to run this as a small group of developers like you would in the private sector. We're going to stay lean and mean, and we're going to just focus and try to get the job done. As far as hiring people within, we didn't do that. We found the best experts we could find out in the business world, lawyers, architects, construction consultants, and we also got lucky with the low bidder of the contract was Newberg, Dugan Myers, and they were just an outstanding contractor. Everything fell into place. The politicians were supportive. We had 2 great Chicago winners to work in, and everything was just fantastic.
Okay, so give away the secret for all public works projects to follow. How did you guys do it under budget and on time?
There really is no secret other than planning. When you start a construction project, you have to recognize there will be change orders and there will be costs that you don't anticipate. And so you have to plan for those, and you have to set aside a contingency fund, and that's what we did. We signed a contract lower than we had funds available for, knowing that we may have some unexpected things that come up, and we needed the financial wherewithal to do that. So it was just planning, and then working it. You have to work it every day, every hour, and not lay off, and that's really what it took.
Is it a little different working on a ballpark from the standpoint that it's a little bit more than just putting up a building for maybe people to work in or people just to build things in, whatever a business might do, but when you've got a ballpark, which is something that the public deals with a lot, they're very aware of it, is it a little bit more difficult?
It's a little more difficult in that it's just so complex. You have an office building here, you have 4 restaurants here, and then you have an entertainment facility. So it's not like a typical high-rise construction where you just go up and up and up. And also, you also don't open a high-rise construction like we're opening today. So there's that excitement of building a baseball park that gets the contractors a little more interested in staying late or coming in early and those kind of things.
Tim, thank you so much for joining us. Certainly the crowning achievement. What's next for you guys? Just managing the stadium?
Really, I don't know. We're looking into some other projects right now, but it's up to the General Assembly whether we build another stadium or not. What's next for me? Who knows? I hope to build another stadium somewhere.
Okay, Tim, thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Of course, the people using this facility more than anybody else are going to be baseball fans from all over the place. And the first fans to come into the park today were in for a big treat, a brand new stadium that nobody had really been ever into before. Bonnie Green had a chance to talk to some of the fans coming through the turnstiles earlier this morning.
Thanks, Jim. I'm outside the park, and we're talking to some fans to get their reaction on the new Comiskey Park. And Bob, it looks like you've been to quite a few White Sox games.
Yes, I sure have. I love Sox Park.
So what do you think of this new one?
Very good. Beautiful. I can't wait till I see the inside of it.
Is it bigger than you imagined it would be?
Yes, it sure is. Oh, yeah.
And I'm talking to Rick, and he's got his daughter Allison back here, who is a Sox fan. We can see that. She's a young Sox fan. And Rick, what do you think of the new park?
Well, we're looking forward to this season. We came to the last game last year with Allison, and we're going to bring her to the first game this year. We think it's a great team, and we're excited about it, and we're looking forward to getting into the new park and taking it out. And it looks like we have some Bob Uecker type seats. We're going to be way up in the back row there, or in the front row really, but we're looking forward to the game anyway.
But no restricted sight lines.
Yeah, we're looking forward to that. No columns or nothing to be in our way, and we're looking forward to it. We're really happy about it.
You guys think the team is going to play better with the new park like this?
Oh yes, they will. Positive.
Well, looking at the tradition, it appears that new teams going into new ballparks are doing really well. So I think we're in for a good year this year.
Well, guys, I hope you enjoy the game, and I hope you enjoy the new park.
Thank you.
Okay, it's a stadium really by the fans and for the fans, and I think this is important for everybody to remember. The state of Illinois and the taxpayers of Illinois had a lot to do with getting this stadium built, and the fans are in here and they're enjoying it very much. Joining me once again, Bonnie Green and Kenny McReynolds. Bonnie, your impression of the ballpark?
I've never seen anything quite like this, and having been raised in Chicago and the two ballparks that we have, I mean, it's like a breath of fresh air to the city of Chicago and to everything that Chicago means. You know, I think it's great.
Kenny, your impression?
Well, you have to realize I was born and raised exactly 1 block from here, so I never thought I would see anything like this. This is a beautiful baseball park. Now I see why they call it the Palace of the World.
And I think we should point out that this is the first new sports facility in Chicago since Soldier Field was opened up back in the 1920s, so it's probably been back to almost our great-grandparents before anybody saw a facility like this open. We want to show you the very first fan to come into the ballpark today. Of course, there's going to be a lot of firsts today going on here at Comiskey Park. This is Suzanne Verdon coming in the park as the first Comiskey fan. She won a Chicago Tribune contest to win the right to be the first person into the ballpark. So in a day of firsts here at the new Comiskey Park, Suzanne Verdon of Lyle is the first fan to come into the new ballpark. Okay, now let's get down to the business of the ball game today. Sox and Tigers. The Sox have gotten off to a great start. You two, Kenny, you first. A lot of people knew the Sox were going to be good. Did you think they were going to be 6-1 in their first road trip?
You can't get much better than 6-1 unless you're 7-0. They've gotten off to a great start, great defense. It's a good defensive baseball team. If they're going to win the West, defense will win it.
Bonnie, the amazing thing to me has been not only that they've won, you know, amazing when you go 6-7 on the road, that's good anywhere, but they've gotten great starts from all of their starting pitching, and that's really been a key.
Right, and having McDowell in there today, that's a wise move, and I think it's something the fans want to see. And I think that this game will reflect the whole feeling that's going on here today, and I think that's very important.
Kenny, the way the team is built, how are they going to fit into this ballpark?
Well, I think this baseball park is perfect for the Chicago White Sox because they have a great defensive outfield when you have guys like Rock Raines and Lance Johnson. If you look over our shoulder, you see center field spacious, you get the speed. It's only 347 down the lines. I think Big Frank Thomas can take care of that.
Okay, Bonnie, you were down the field. Where's the prevailing wind going? Is this going to be a hitter's park or a pitcher's park?
Well, it's swirling right now, so that's going to make it, you know, an interesting day, and whether any of them will go out today or not, it's hard to say, but I think with the swirling winds, it could be a hitter's park.
Also, from the fan standpoint, you were outside in front of the ballpark. What are the fans saying? I know some fans were a little apprehensive about leaving the old ballpark, but I think once people get in here, they're going to be pretty juiced about the season.
Well, you know, when we did the final weekend at Comiskey Park, and when we walked around and saw the electrical booth and some of the old parts of the park, you see why, even though it was beloved by a lot of people, you see why it's so important that we have a new park. And I think that the fans that are here today, they'll erase the memories of the old park and the dripping and the raining and the leaks and the cracks. And I think it'll make a whole lot of difference to a lot of Sox fans. And as I was saying to Kenny earlier, I think we're going to see a lot of new Sox fans in the city of Chicago.
Bonnie and Kenny, thank you so much for helping us out today. The new era of Comiskey Park is about to begin. We'll be back later today at 4:30 with a look back at the game and a look back at all the opening day festivities. And a reminder, coming up on Sunday right here on Sports Channel at 1:30, the final game of the series between the Sox and the Tigers. We'll see you later on today at 4:30 with the wrap-up on all the activities of the first day at Comiskey Park.
The new Comiskey era has been brought to you by Old Style, double brewed from artesian spring water. Old Style and Old Style Light. It's our great beer. And by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Honda dealers.
think.
Back to Comiskey Park in Chicago, I think we're straightened out now, and as 44,000 plus file into this ballpark, and I'm sure they're all amazed to see what they're going to see this afternoon. The guy with maybe the biggest smile on his face of all is Jerry Reinsdorf, the White Sox owner. He's standing by live with Hawk Harrelson.
All right, Dan, thank you very much. And indeed, the chairman of the board of the Chicago White Sox. Jerry, you have done a lot of wonderful things in your life. You had the Bulls, you've done some great other things. This has got to be one of the crowning days in your entire life.
Well, it really is, Hawk, although I was the least important person in getting all of this done. I mean, we had an incredible bunch of people working on this, both with the White Sox and the Illinois Sports Facilities Authority. And, I even have to give credit to my wife, who put up with an awful lot over a lot of years, because building this thing really took an awful lot away from the time that I could spend with her.
You know, when I talked to you the other day, you said it was even better than we had ever imagined it was going to be. And I know I went down into the clubhouse. It's a wonderful facility down there. The training facility is absolutely sensational. Herm Schneider had a lot of input and a lot of direction in that. But, I was watching Bo Jackson in the workout. Everything that an athlete could want, they have down in the bowels of this stadium.
Well, that's right. Everybody was allowed to design what he needed for his areas. Like Rainiac designed where he wanted his hitting tunnels, but Herman got his training area. Now, there's one thing we're going to have that you haven't seen. Because of Bo's rehab, we're putting in another pool in there that he'll be able to work out in. But that clubhouse is amazing. It's 300 feet long.
Well, Herman was telling me about the swimming pool is going to go. It's going to be 12 by 20. But let's get a little bit to the stadium itself, Jerry. You put a lot of blood there for a couple of years. It was very fashionable to absolutely knock Jerry Reinsdorf. And I want to tell you right now, from a fellow who followed, who was with this thing for the most part all the way, everybody here really thanks you for the sweat, for the blood that you gave out to get this stadium built.
Well, Hawk, I really appreciate that. But the important thing is that our fans, I think, are already telling us that they like what they're seeing, and this is a great thing for our city. I mean, this is a fabulous thing to, where in America has a public building been built on time and under budget in the last 50 years?
That's true. And I was driving in this morning, and it was a little sad to see the holes in Old Comiskey Park across the street. But with me, I played in that ballpark and everything else. Once I walked into this, I just completely forgot about that. And I was talking to some of the players, and they felt the same way.
Yeah, this has its own environment. And, that park will be gone in a few months. But the memories will always live on. See, the people who didn't want that park to come down misunderstood the difference between looking at something and remembering it. I mean, the memories are always going to be here. If anything, the memories are intensified. Now we can start to have memories here. But more important, this is got to be the best ballpark in America to watch a game.
Well, I have never seen anything like it, and it is indeed a legacy. It's a tribute to the great city of Chicago. And, as you said, 80 years, she served her purpose over there. And our children, thank goodness, will have this for the next 80 years. Jerry, thanks again for stopping by, and thanks again for helping get this thing built.
Well, Hawk, you and I are going to be here 80 years from now when we open the new one.
Wrong. All right, Jerry Reinsdorf. But talking about some of the players, Tom Paciorek, the Whimperoo, had a chance to talk with Ozzie early on. Let's join that interview.
Thank you, Hawk. And Ozzie, you were one of the guys that was really in favor of building a new ballpark across the street. Well, you've gotten your wish. What do you think of this place?
I think it's awesome. I think it's one of the best ballparks I've ever seen in my life. And we're looking forward to this. I think it's a nice ballpark. It's a nice place to come watch a game, nice place to come play. And I hope we play the way we look. We got nice uniform, we got nice ballpark. I hope we play that way.
That's one of the things about playing. You always like, this is a great place to show up for work, and it really doesn't seem like work. How about the clubhouse facilities? Are they awesome?
I think it's awesome. You come from the old Comiskey Park with the clubhouse real small, and you can don't have room for anything. And you go to this clubhouse, it's like you're in the paradise. A lot of guys like to come early. Last year we got to go to the ballpark again. But this year I see a lot of guys here 7 o'clock in the morning just to see how big they are, how nice they are, and I think the White Sox do a great job, and Chicago City doing a great job for this ballpark.
How about the batting cages? 2 batting cages right next to the Sox dugout in case you want to take some swings during the ball game.
I know we will. We want to ring. I know we got a bad swing during the game. You got to coach you the size. I said take a couple swing here, and it's awesome. I think we use the batting cage more than anybody else. I think we use the flip a lot, and the batting cage around the dugout is something incredible.
How about the field? Now, Roger Bossert has made this place look like as good as any major league field, probably better. He said that is 1 inch. The grass is 1 inch in the infield. Have you taken any ground balls yet?
No, yeah, I just here to talk to you. I'll be there later. I think Roger is the best ground crew I never have. I don't think anybody's better than him in baseball. I think we got the best ground crew guy around, and he do a good job for me. I just teasing him. I say, how you get paid for this? And I hope I play good in this field too.
How about the performance of the team so far? 6-1. Really looking forward to the series with Detroit.
Well, you take a look at the team. We're playing real good, and we don't have the guy really hit the ball well, like myself, Frank Thomas, Tim Rain. They don't start here yet. We're looking for all the 9 guys start here together. I think this team is going to be real danger. Frank Thomas get hot. I think he's going to be good, and Tim Rain going to start get on base. I think this team will be great so far.
Thanks a lot, Ozzie. Have a great day. And let's go back to Dan Rowan.
All right, Tom Pachor, thanks very much. You know, Ozzie mentioned the groundskeeper, Roger Bossard, who has done a sensational job, and you can see what the field looks like from this high center field camera shot. Absolutely magnificent. And the dirt in that infield was brought across the street from the old Comiskey Park, part of the tradition they're trying to keep going between these two ballparks as the other one falls down across the street. This one all set to go this afternoon. We're going to show you some of the dimensions of this new ballpark. First, the distances down the line and to center field and so forth. 347 down each line. It is a symmetrical park. To the power alleys, 375 and 400 feet to dead straightaway center field. The architects, Helmuth, Obata, and Kassabaum. We may be speaking with one of those gentlemen before the afternoon is over with. It took less than 2 years to put this structure together, and that may be one of the most amazing facts of the whole ballpark. Only 2 years, well, actually not even 2, about 23 months to get this thing all put together and ready to go. And you see the cost there, $134.9 million, and apparently from all we've seen so far, worth every cent. Right now, time to meet the players in this afternoon's game, so let's go to the public address announcer, Gene Honda.
And now the lineups for today's game. First, for the visiting American League Detroit Tigers. Manager of the Tigers, number 11, Sparky Anderson. And now the lineup for the Tigers. Leading off, the designated hitter, number 4, Tony Phillips. Batting second, the shortstop, number 3, Alan Trammell. Batting third, the second baseman, number 1, Lou Whitaker. Batting fourth, the first baseman, number 45, Cecil Fielder. Batting fifth, the left fielder, number 29, Pete Incaviglia. Batting sixth, the catcher, number 20, Mickey Tettleton. Batting seventh, the right fielder, number 44, Rob Deere. Batting eighth, the center fielder, number 25, John Shelby. Batting ninth, the third baseman, number 24, Travis Fryman. And warming up in the bullpen for the Tigers, the starting pitcher, number 26, Frank Tanana. And now the rest of the Detroit Tigers. And now, ladies and gentlemen, your 1991 Chicago White Sox. First, welcome the head trainer of the Sox, Herm Schneider. Assistant trainer, Mark Anderson. Strength and conditioning coach, Steve Odgers. Home clubhouse manager, Willie Thompson. Visiting clubhouse manager, Joe McNamara. Assistant visiting clubhouse manager, Gabe Morrell. And umpires clubhouse manager, Vince Fresso. Now meet the manager and coaches for the White Sox. First, the manager, number 10, Jeff Torborg. Third base coach, number 18, Terry Bevington. First base coach, number 36, Barry Foote. Pitching coordinator, number 46, Sammy Ellis. Hitting coordinator, number 6, Walt Riniak. Bullpen coach, number 17, Dave LaRoche. Bench coach, number 15, Joe Nosick. And bullpen catcher, John Stevenson. And now the starting lineup for the White Sox. Leading off, the designated hitter, number 30, Tim Raines. Batting second, the center fielder, number 1, Lance Johnson. Batting third, the third baseman, number 23, Robin Ventura. Batting cleanup, the first baseman, number 35, Frank Thomas. Batting fifth, the catcher, number 72, Carlton Fisk. Batting sixth, the right fielder, number 25, Sammy Sosa. Batting seventh, the left fielder, number 28, Corey Snyder. Batting eighth, the shortstop, number 13, Ozzie Guillen. Batting ninth, the second baseman, number 7, Scott Fletcher. And warming up in the White Sox bullpen, today's starter, number 29, Jack McDowell.
Those are the starting lineups for this afternoon's game from brand new Comiskey Park, and we'll return with more on the Dugout Show in just a moment. Back at Comiskey Park, they're introducing the rest of the Sox roster right now, and one of the non-starters and one of the non-players for the moment, number 8, Bo Jackson, who reportedly skipped a doctor's appointment yesterday because he was feeling so good. Bo's well on his way to recovery, and we may see this guy in a White Sox uniform on the field before the summer is out. That would be magnificent. So the ceremonies continue here at the brand new ballpark. A spectacular place. You'll see plenty of it all afternoon, but the tradition does continue, and in that vein, the White Sox have put together many ceremonies this week, one of which was walking the ball that will be used for the first pitch of the game from the original ballpark site to the new site, and that's Gene Bossard, Roger Bossard's father, the current groundskeeper, and Gene, of course, the groundskeeper here before that. Chico Carrascal, the all-time shortstop of the White Sox. Chico now a broadcaster here. Chico with the past, a White Sox great, Billy Pierce. See those pitchers, as soon as they get the ball in their hands, they want to rub it up, and that's Carlos May. And Minnie Minoso. The tradition continuing here at Comiskey Park. The granddaughters of old Charlie Comiskey. The players have now been introduced here, And it's time for a moment of silence, followed by our national anthem. Well, now we're told that the anthem has been pushed back a little bit. As you might imagine, things are a little bit confusing around here today. This being the first game ever played in this ballpark, and the White Sox administrators trying to get things put together on a certain schedule and make everybody happy all at the same time, and it's not an easy task, and we understand the problems that they have. So some of the scheduling has been pushed back just a little bit, and we'll get to the anthem. More flyovers, a lot of military people involved in the opening day ceremonies here today. A helicopter shot from just east of the Dan Ryan Expressway, and that's the overview. And what a beautiful shot that is. You can see the pinwheels there on the scoreboard. The scoreboard right in the center of your screen now. That's something that was carried over from the old ballpark, even though it is a brand new scoreboard. Blue, red, green, yellow, and the same on the other side, just like it was across the street. And the Jumbotron television screen on the board will be much easier for the fans to see. So as we continue here at Comiskey Park, we'll pause and return with more in just a moment. Live at the new Comiskey Park, performing today's national anthem, the Oak Ridge Boys.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for our national anthem to be performed by the Oak Ridge Boys.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
And as the opening day ceremonies continue, we'll pause again and come back with more from Comiskey Park in a moment. Welcome back to the Dugout Show, the release of the balloons following the national anthem by the Oak Ridge Boys. And I'll tell you what, the Oak Ridge Boys are a great choice to do that here today. They are real White Sox fans. Those guys have developed a great relationship with Carlton Fisk over the years and some of the other players as well. So apropos that they were here to perform the national anthem today. In a few moments, you'll see former Governor Jim Thompson throw out the first pitch. Governor Thompson, of course, instrumental in the construction of this ballpark from day one. He fought hard, especially back there at the midnight hour in 1988 when it looked like this franchise might be moving out of town to St. Petersburg. Got some legislation pushed through to keep him here in town and get the ball rolling right here. Jeff Torborg talking to Bo Jackson. That's a scene that we hope will be repeated many times throughout the coming season. Bo Jackson in uniform, and we certainly look forward to the day that Bo will be on the field and playing baseball here in Chicago. Right now up here in our skybox area, I've got a special guest, Sox Vice President Terry Savarese, who saw this project through. Terry, I haven't seen you without a hard hat on in a while, but you must feel very proud today.
Well, we are. It's a proud day for the whole organization and the city and the state of Illinois. It's a beautiful building, and the people are happy, and the team's playing well, and most of the people are in the ballpark, and I'm running a little ragged, as you can tell right now, but it's going to be a fun day, and I think it's going to be a fun year.
How's the traffic outside right now?
The traffic outside isn't as tough as the traffic inside. A lot of people are wandering around for the first time, you know, taking in sights of things they've never seen in stadiums before, at least in Chicago. Escalators, novelty stores, Hall of Fame, specialty concession stands, and a lot of people are just wandering around and just taking a look at things, and it's causing more problems inside. Outside, I was just looking at the streets, and the streets look pretty good. So
I've seen a lot of smiles on the faces of some of these people. I mean, I think they're in awe of what they're seeing today.
Well, I think that they're very happy with what they see, and we've been telling people all along we're building a ballpark, not a stadium. We're not going to try to get them to forget Comiskey Park, but we want to, you know, to build a facility that's going to replace old Comiskey in their hearts. And a lot of them are saying that, and even coming up to me saying, you guys did exactly what you said you were going to do. So I'm very happy about that.
And you said you got what you ordered from the architects, too.
Without a doubt. From the beginning, the conceptual drawings all the way up to looking at the finished product today, it was what I envisioned it was going to be when it started. And it's been a great effort between ourselves and the Sports Authority and the architects and the contractor. It's been a total team effort, and we're very happy to be here.
We've got some videotape here we want to show the folks. A couple of shots of the outside, and then I think the clubhouse area is just spectacular, and we're going to see some of that too. But the outside, I think, is really striking, and I think people, as soon as they walk up to the park, are really hit by what a great looking ballpark this is.
Right, well, that's sort of, each building in my mind has its own signature, its own theme, and what this ballpark is all about is the Roman archwork that was in the old park. And that sort of sets the tone for what this building is all about. That's the first thing that strikes the fans as they walk up. Also, the natural brick color that went into the precast concrete, which matches the color of the old park before it was painted, is sort of bringing back some memories from some of the old-timers who remember the park back before the days it was whitewashed. So that sort of sets the tone for where this thing's at.
Well, let's take a look at some of that. We got some pictures of outside. This, of course, the overhead shot from the helicopter. But outside of the park, did you guys ever sit down and figure out how much concrete you used to put this place together?
The contractor could probably tell you that, but I know it was a lot. I think it was well over 70,000 cubic yards of concrete, which is a lot. And I know the precast contract was well into the tens of millions of dollars. So a lot of concrete and a lot of steel going in to hold this building.
Well, here's a look at some of the clubhouse facilities. This is the locker room area, which is about 9 times as big as the old ballpark.
Right. The athletes are very happy with that. A lot of them came in last night and, of course, early this morning after that long road trip, and they were very happy as they were putting all their supplies away. They couldn't believe how big it was and all the facilities we have for them, the wet areas, the whirlpools. There's dry saunas and steam rooms to try to, in case guys are not feeling good, try to keep them playing up to par as best as we can. We've got a lot of locker space, a lot more open meeting space for different types of team meetings that the team needs to do. And then one other thing we do have is on the way to the dugout, we have indoor batting tunnels. And what that'll enable our players to do is they can, if they're not swinging very good in the middle of a game, they want to go down and take a few swings in between innings, especially designated hitters. They'll go into the cage and they can hit off of a live pitcher or off of a batting or a pitching machine and try to get themselves sharp and try to regain their stroke. So we're trying to give our team every little edge they possibly can.
Then right back up the ramp and onto the field, and that's a beautiful sight as well. Now, I know the administrators get to use the sauna and the steam and the jacuzzi and all that too, don't they?
I would like to be in that one right now, any one of those, but we're glad that the athletes are very happy with it. It's a very cohesive group of young players we have, and we want to keep them happy.
Well, after today, Terry, you will have earned it, I think, a trip down to that jacuzzi to cool out for a while.
Well, I got to do a little reflecting on what we're seeing today and trying to iron out, the pluses and the minuses and sort through some things, but that might be the place to do it.
All right, Terry, thanks for coming up, and congratulations congratulations. Great looking ballpark.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, right now, time for the opening pitch. Let's go to the PA announcer, Gene Honda.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to introduce the Illinois Sports Facility Authority Chairman, Mr. Tom Reynolds.
Thank you. When I was told that I had to speak to today, I asked myself, is there anything I can say to the 45,000 baseball fans that they'd be willing to listen to? I thought so. Therefore, if I keep it under 2 minutes, will you give me a fair shake? Good. That's because we didn't say no. That's why we were able to build this place in 3 years, 1 month, and 18 days. More importantly, the real reason we built this was that government, labor, and business formed a partnership. And they had a single goal to get this done on time, under budget, and it was achieved because of that partnership. I think we'd be proud of that. I'd be remiss if I didn't introduce the members of the Sports Authority. There are 3 Democrats, 3 Republicans, and I'm, for this purpose, a Republican. We had over 100 votes, and every one was unanimous. That, in the history of the public sector, is another miracle. I want to thank my colleagues on the authority for their support, but more importantly, their understanding and care. And then I want to introduce you to the 2 people of the 4 employees of the Sports Authority who made this happen. Tim Romani and Peter Bino. On a personal note, I'm proud to have been part of this, to have an opportunity to give some back to the state of Illinois and the city of Chicago, which have been so good to me and my family. If you're ever asked to do community service, do it. It's very rewarding. And now, Peter Bino.
Thank you, Chairman Reynolds. On behalf of the Sports Authority and Tim Romani, Governor Thompson, Mayor Washington, Mayor Sawyer, Mayor Daley, and President Governor Edgar asked us to do 2 things: build the stadium on time and build it on budget. We did both things. We asked the people here to do one thing and for the White Sox to do one thing. We ask all of you to have a great time. And we ask the White Sox to finish the dream with a world championship. Thanks a lot.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the former governor of the state of Illinois, the Honorable James Thompson.
We have in Comiskey Park the finest new baseball stadium in the world, and it's fitting and proper that it belongs in the finest city in the world, Chicago, Illinois. We began the work that got this done 6 years ago. It wasn't easy. A lot of people worked very hard to make it happen. The leadership and membership of the Illinois General Assembly, who believed me when I said we needed a new stadium, and we could build the finest in the world. Members and leaders of the General Assembly, we did it. Here it is. Thank you for your votes. Thank you to the mayors of Chicago who believed in it and gave me their help. Thank you to the owners and fans of the White Sox. If you didn't care, the team wouldn't be here, and neither would the new Comiskey Park. This park shows that the political process, if the object is worthy, can get anything done and do an extraordinary job. Every White Sox fan and every citizen of Illinois ought to have great pride in this extraordinary facility. But it's here for only one purpose: for the comfort and convenience of the fans, and to give the Chicago White Sox a place to play a championship season. That's what it's for. I'm glad to have been a small part of it, and I thank all of you for helping me. It's your stadium. Enjoy it.
And now to throw out a ceremonial first pitch is former Governor James Thompson.
Well, Governor Thompson apparently not properly warmed up, but he did get it to Carlton Fisk on the fly, and we're just about ready to play baseball for the first time here at New Comiskey Park. Thanks for watching the Dugout Show, everybody. Hawk Harrelson, Tom Paciorek standing by with play-by-play action. The White Sox and the Tigers coming up on Channel 9.
The Dugout Show was brought to you in part by your local Chrysler Plymouth dealers, where it's Advantage Chrysler.
The following is a WGN-TV sports presentation.
When it opened, it was called the Baseball Palace of the World, and for 80 years, Comiskey Park played host to baseball royalty and regal moments. Shoeless Joe Jackson and the 1917 World Champions, Old Aches and Pains, Luke Appling, and baseball's first All-Star game, Hall of Famer Luis Aparicio, and Chicago's last World Series. In early April, the old gal started to fade, but across 35th Street rises what a new generation of Chicagoans will soon call the Baseball Palace of the World. It's the dawn of a new era in Chicago sports, and it's next right here on Channel 9. From the new Comiskey Park, the beautiful new Comiskey Park in beautiful Chicago, Illinois, WGN presents Chicago White Sox baseball. This afternoon is the White Sox versus the Detroit Tigers in the first of a three-game set. And hi, everybody, and welcome to this gorgeous new facility. It is unquestionably as beautiful and as fine as any facility in all the sporting world, Tom Paciorek. I'm telling you, it is just better than we could have anticipated.
When I walked out on the field today, Hawk, I was just in awe. I could not believe how nice this facility was, how great it is for the players, how great it is for the media. It is just the place to watch baseball in all the world.
I'll tell you one thing, and the club coming in 6-1 off that 10-day road trip, that 7-game road trip, 6-1, doesn't hurt anything either. But this afternoon it will be the White Sox against the Tigers. It'll be Jack McDowell against Frank Tanana. And we'll be back with the starting lineups right after this.
White Sox are brought to you by Miller High Life. Buy that man a Miller. The best comes shining through. The good guys at Dodge, where it's advantage Dodge. True Value. Got a tough job to do? You can do it with True Value hardware stores. Southwest Airlines, offering everyday low fares and convenient flights to both Detroit Metro and Detroit City airports. Phillips 66 high-quality super clean gasolines, keeping your car's fuel injectors and intake valves clean for smooth driving performance. Coca-Cola Classic. You can't beat the real thing. The Chicago Tribune. Get in the game. Pick up a trip. And your local Toyota dealers. I love what you do for me, Toyota.
Back at New Comiskey Park in Chicago, once again along with the Whimperoo, Tom Paciorek. This is the Hawk, Ken Harrelson, as opening day. Here in this beautiful new facility, 44,000 plus in attendance this afternoon, as all the pregame festivities have almost wound down. And they really did a great job in the pregame festivities, and congratulatory statements were obviously part of that program. And we certainly want to thank the former Governor Big Jim Thompson for his role and his part, and also the Illinois Sports Commission headed up by Tom Reynolds, who really did a great job. They really did a great job in getting this facility built in a little over 3 years and under budget, Wimpy, which is absolutely unbelievable as you look at the Commissioner of Baseball, Fay Vincent.
It is incredible, Hawk, and everybody had so much to do with it. I think our ballpark is so unique in the fact that, for example, they consulted Sox trainer Herm Schneider as to what they wanted, what he wanted in a training room facility, and he got every inch of what he wanted. The facility is absolutely amazing. They asked Walt Riniak about the batting cages. He's got 2 batting cages right next to the Sox dugout. So if they want to swing during the game, they can do that. Everybody has had input into this thing, and that's why this has got to be the best ballpark in the world right now.
State of the art, and that point he's brought up right there is so unique too, because as a rule, what happens generally when a new facility or a new ballpark is being built, there is sort of an adversarial position between the club and the committee. Everybody wants to control it, so to speak, and as a rule, usually the committee, the sports authority, has the control. But the Illinois Sports Authority worked in conjunction, as you mentioned, with the White Sox, finding out just exactly what is needed to make this a state-of-the-art ballpark. They did it. They got together. They formulated the plans. They built it. And now the players are absolutely awed by this thing, Wimpy.
Yeah, talking with Ozzie Guillen before the game, Ozzie says he wants to show up at 7 o'clock in the morning. He thinks this is the greatest place in the world to show up for work. And, of course, Ozzie was one of the most outspoken players at the time when they were going to construct New Comiskey Park. He was definitely for it, and as a result, we see the old structure going down across the street. But when you look at this thing, it's so well worthwhile.
Well, you know, that's what struck me the hardest this morning is when I was coming to the ballpark. There you see Old Comiskey Park, and driving down 35th Street there, I saw the hole where the wrecking ball had knocked some holes in the ballpark, and it was sad. You know, it hurt because she was a grand old lady. She was the baseball palace of the world for so many years. In fact, that's what they call her when she opened up. And now all of a sudden, you had that little feeling of loss or void until you got out of the car, stepped into this place, and for some reason, all that was forgotten.
I think you'd have to call this place the new baseball palace of the world right now. Everything that you could ever want in a baseball facility is right here at New Comiskey Park. We've got a great day for baseball, by the way. Sun is out. Temperature is very pleasant. It's a good day, something that we really hadn't seen on this last road trip.
Well, the Sox going on that 10-day, 8-game road trip with one of them rained out. Of course, that was in Detroit. They had their 6-game winning streak broken yesterday by the Yankees, and the Yankees didn't mess around. They did it in fine fashion by a score of 10-1. But on the plane last night, the club was very anxious to get home, first of all, and then to get into this new facility. As you look at Carlton Fisk. And here come the White Sox for the first time ever as they hit the field here, Wimpy, at New Comiskey Park. Yes!
Well, history has just taken place once again here in Chicago as the Sox, led by Jack McDowell, has just taken the field against today's opponent, the Detroit Tigers. There you see it. Let's take a look at today's starting lineups. First for the Tigers, they're managed by George Sparky Anderson, certainly one of the greats. Tigers 4-4 on the year. Leading off and DHing Tony Phillips. Batting second at shortstop, perennial all-star Alan Trammell. Sweet Lou Whitaker hits third and plays second base. Cleanup man at first is Big Cecil Fielder. Pete Incaviglia is in left field, batting fifth. He's followed by catcher Mickey Tettleton. Rob Deere is the right fielder, batting seventh. Hitting eighth and making his first appearance against the Sox this year is center fielder John Shelby, and the ninth place hitter at third base, good-looking youngster Travis Fryman. If you build it, we will come.
Yes.
Oh, they showed up today, didn't they? And I think they're going to show up a lot. We're going to fill this place many times during the course of this 1991 season. Sox are ready to go. Jack McDowell is looking good. We are coming back. There you look at Jack. He's a menacing figure on the mound. His first two starts have just been incredible. 2 complete ball games, 2-0, 1.0 earned run average. 2 complete games, as you can see, in the 2 starts. Only 6 hits given up in 18 innings, 2 runs. He has walked 3 while striking out. Career highs in both games with 10. He's got 20 on the young season. Against the Tigers in his career, he's only 1-3 with a .476 earned run average, but we are seeing a completely different Jack McDowell this season. He's got the fastball, which has been overpowering at times during the first 2 ball games, but the key to his success has been his changing of speeds with the great split finger fastball. He can throw a slow one, a medium one, and a fast one, so he's got 4 or 5 different pitches that he's throwing at the hitters. The umpires this afternoon, Steve Palermo, a good one at home plate. Mike Riley at first base, Larry Young at second, and at third, crew chief Rich Garcia. So Tony Phillips is getting ready to get things going. So here's the Hawkaroo.
All right, Wimpy, thank you very much. And once again, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the first game ever at the beautiful new Comiskey Park. 347 down each line, 375 in the power alleys, 400 straightaway center field. As Tony Phillips will have the privilege and the honor of being the first batter, and Jack McDowell will have the privilege and the honor of throwing the first pitch ever at the new ballpark. There's the pitch a little low, and the ball is being taken out of play.
Where was it?
1-0 the count. The first ball ever, as Rawlings has sent a special commemorative baseball to be used, and there it was. Comiskey Park, Chicago. Phillips hitting .069 on the season. He's just 2 for 29 with a homer, 2 RBIs at home run, of course, coming off Jack McDowell. Hits this one into left field. Corey Snyder will give ground.
That ball carried a little bit out there, Hawk.
Well, we watched him take batting practice. Now the wind coming in from the northeast, Tom, and talking to Walt Reniak, he said the ball was not carrying at all to left. It was carrying well to right. Now that will of course reverse when the weather warms up in the summer. But as you mentioned, that ball right there in batting practice, it wouldn't have been anywhere near that, so it may have swirled a little bit.
Yeah, well, Tony Phillips hit that first pitch fastball out of the ballpark against Jack McDowell. The only run he gave up his last time out. Jack kept the ball away that time.
Alan Trammell, 33-year-old veteran shortstop, takes the fastball strike. Allen at a 179, a homer, 5 RBIs. There's the off-speed pitch, misses, and the count evens at 1. Snyder in left, Lance Johnson in center field, Sammy Sosa in right, Big Frank Thomas at first, Fletcher at second, Guillen the shortstop, Ventura at third in the battery of Carlton Fisk and Jack McDowell. There's the splitter, fouled over into the Tiger dugout, and the count moves to 1-2. In the pregame introductions, Sox fans had a chance for the first time to see number 8 introduced, and he got a standing ovation. Bo Jackson.
Oh yeah. Bo was working out hard. He kind of scampered out there to that foul line, too. Whoa, look out. That hit the bat. How'd they rule it? Oh, my. That was right at the D in Trammell's helmet. Oh, this one got away from Jack, certainly. Coming right off. Allen's bailing out of there, and it does get the bat. So tough luck there for Trammell. 2-2 count.
Trammell is 5 for 28 on the season. Tigers hitting 192 as a team. The 2-2 delivery. Splitter misses and the count goes full.
There's Vincent.
Vincent Jackson. Boy, he was working out hard in the weight room prior to the game. Sitting with Rock Raines. Payoff pitch. Ozzie can't come up with it, and Trammell will have the first hit ever. Good effort by Ozzie Guillen. The Trammell the first hit.
Yeah, it looked like Ozzie may have overrun this ball a little bit, Hawk. He wanted to make a great play right here. Hit fairly hard up the middle. Watch. Ozzie got there, and it actually hit on the heel of his glove. Came up and still gave it an effort. One hop throw, but Trammell with good speed beats it out. So that'll bring up Lou Whitaker. He's hitting 400, 2 for 5 on the season. Hadn't played a whole lot because of injuries.
Both those hits have left the premises. So good speed aboard in Trammell. When I say good, I'm not talking about blazing. I'm talking about sneaky type speed. If you don't pay attention to him, he'll steal a base. Outfield bunched just a bit and shifted around towards left for Whitaker. Sammy well off the line and right. Fastball away, and it's 1-0. Oh my goodness, I am sure that there will be innumerable interviews and shots of this beautiful ballpark that Sox fans will be seeing in the upcoming weeks. I'll tell you, it's going to take about a week for us even just to look the whole thing over.
Yeah.
There's a fastball strike, and the count evens at 1. The Bertucci boys out there in right field, they have a facility that's unbelievable to put out all that good barbecue ribs and chicken.
You're not kidding. I made a special note to go out there and sample everything to make sure it was okay, and it's all right.
Okay?
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay.
Everything.
There goes Trammell. Big Frank cannot get there as Trammell will round second. He'll move into third. So the Tigers here in the top of the first inning, 1 out, have runners at the corners.
Lou Whitaker now hitting 500 on the season. The first single he's gotten. As Hawk mentioned, his 2 previous hits were homers. Hit and run was on, and he found the hole. Trammell's not at first base. That's an easy out, but that left-handed hitter has such an advantage with the runner on and the first baseman holding on. He can shoot for that hole and get a lot more base hits on the ground.
So here's last year's home run and RBI king in the American League, Cecil Fielder. In that game last Saturday at Tiger Stadium against Jack McDowell, Cecil was 0 for 3. Cecil hitting .207 on the year. He has yet to go deep. He's knocked in 6. 27-year-old first baseman. As the Sox look for a pair. Nice block by Carlton Fisk, in the count 1-0. Cecil 6 for 29 on the season. Just 1 extra base hit. That was a double. Outfield deep, swung around to the left. 2-0. So as Jack in his first 2 starts for the most part has been 0-1, 0-2, 1-2 on the hitters. He's falling behind.
And now Cecil Fielder's in a good hitting position right now to get that fastball, something he can turn on. Great low ball hitter.
He gets it, pops it up. Here comes Sammy. Trammell now is not going to tag as Sammy gets to it.
Oh, no.
And that's out number 2. Boy, the imposing and intimidating arm of Sammy Sosa. They didn't even think about it.
Don't even think about it. Of course, that ball really came in. Cecil swung at ball 3. You know, I just got done saying that he's a great low fastball hitter, but upstairs you can get him, and Jack McDowell has that little extra velocity that he can throw by Cecil Fielder, and he showed you right there. So he's 1 out away of getting out of this inning, and Incaviglia the hitter. Take a look at that last swing. Watch the pitch. It's up, almost letter high right there, certainly above the belt. That is not in Cecil Fielder's joy spot.
Here's Pete Incaviglia hitting a .292, a homer, 2 RBIs. As Jack, we used to say, not since the big freeze. But you can't say that anymore because Big Jack has worked it successfully twice last year.
Who did he get last year? I can't.
The second one, I'll give you the second one first.
Okay.
Wade Boggs.
Oh, yeah.
Fastball. Gas on the outside corner.
I want to say Chet Lemon because I've seen Chet get it so often. Wasn't Chet?
No.
Team. Give me a team.
Wrong.
Oh.
I forgot.
Okay. Coming inside on Inky. Ooh.
1-1 the count. Was it Balboni? I believe it was Balboni.
Well, Steve, he shouldn't be wandering too far off that bag.
A ball, a strike, 2 out here in the top of the first inning. Trammell at third base and Whitaker at first. The grass, the infield, the playing surface is just magnificent. Roger Bossard. Boy, what a job he has done.
Ooh,
high heat, and the count 1-2.
Oh, he threw that one right by Inky. Inky, another good low ball hitter. You make a mistake with the breaking ball, he's liable to hit it 9 miles. But right here, it's belt high. Outside part of the plate, he can't catch up with it.
Inky swung the bat good against the Sox in Detroit. He hit a couple of line shots into right field. If he does that, he's going to have a pretty good season.
Yeah. He falls off the ball.
There goes a runner. Carlton fakes.
Oh boy, nobody covered second.
Nope.
Lou had such a good jump there, no chance to throw.
So the first stolen base of the year for Lou Whitaker. Well, you just don't like to see that. The guy go in uncontested at second.
No, there was no communication there, obviously, between Ozzie and Scotty. Something that they do on every pitch.
Well, it's got to be Scotty's cover.
Yeah, with Inky up there, sure. He pulls the ball on the ground.
2-2 delivery. That's high and deep into left field. Corey Snyder back on the track. Now the wind knocks it down, makes a catch, and that'll retire the side. Nothing across for the Tigers. There were a couple of hits. No errors, 2 men left, and after a half inning of play, it's Detroit nothing, and the Sox coming to bat.
The first inning here at New Comiskey Park. And let's take a look at the White Sox lineup for this afternoon's game. Sox 6-1 on the year will lead off with Rock Raines as the DH. Lance Johnson in center field bats second. Robin Ventura is the third baseman batting third. Cleanup man first baseman Frank Thomas. Carlton Fisk will catch batting fifth. The Panthers Sammy Sosa is the right fielder batting sixth. Left fielder Corey Snyder will follow Sammy. Ozzie Guillen is at shortstop batting eighth, and the ninth place hitter at second Scott Fletcher. Defensively for the Tigers, Pete Incaviglia is the left fielder, John Shelby in center, Rob Deere in right. Around the horn, it's Travis Fryman at third, Alan Trammell is the second baseman, Lou Whitaker at second, and Cecil Fielder is at first. The battery this afternoon, Frank Tanana and Mickey Tettleton. Frank Tanana, the crafty left-hander, I'll tell you, he's 0-1 on the season, 5.27 earned run average in 2 ball games, but he pitched a whale of a game against Jack McDowell and the Sox in his last outing. So he's given up 15 hits and almost 14 innings of work. His last start, though, he was terrific, going 8 2/3 innings, 7 hits. He gave up 4 runs. They were earned, but he had some tough luck, walking 5, striking out 3. But against the Sox, 26-14 with a 3.09 earned run average, so he has beaten Chicago more than any other major league team.
Here's Rock Raines leading it off. Takes a fastball strike. Raines was 2 for 5 against Tanana in Detroit last Saturday, and a couple of RBIs. Indeed, Tanana, one of the craftiest pitchers, as he tries to backdoor him there with a curveball, misses in the count 1-1. But he does everything well. The only thing that Frank does not have in his repertoire that you would suppose that he would be a good move to first base. Outside of that, he's a good fielder.
Oh boy.
The count 1-2 to Raines. Moves it around, shows you that curveball, then the slow curveball, and then his slower curveball. Then he'll bust you inside with that 78-mile-an-hour fastball. Looks like it's 92 coming up there.
Well, he throws his across his body, too, and that gives kind of a different look for the hitter, as you can see right there. Across his body, coming inside, got him. You're right, that 78-mile-an-hour fastball after those breaking balls, Hawks, looks about 88 to 90 miles an hour, and with a good motion. Watch, you see the crossfire coming inside. Well, that's been a bread and butter pitch of his for many years, even when he did throw 92 and 93 miles an hour.
He used to throw harder than that.
Oh,
he
yeah.
had a 95-mile-an-hour slider.
Woo,
he had one of the great sliders in baseball's history before he hurt his arm as Lance Johnson steps in. Beats a curveball foul. Lance hitting .222 on the season.
All right, here's a question for you. When Frank Tanana broke in, he and Nolan Ryan were a 1-2 tandem with California that was almost unbeatable. But they went with a 4-man rotation. Did that hurt Frank Tanana?
Well, he worked a lot of innings. I don't think so, Wimpy. You know, and I don't think Frank would tell you that hurt him. He just threw very, very hard as he sidearms him with a hook right there, the curveball. I love 4-man rotations. You know, the 5-man rotation didn't come in until the '69 Mets. Travis Fryman in on the grass. It's out of play. Right now, let's pause for station identification.
This is WGN-TV Chicago, America's #1 sports station.
And along with the Rumparoo, Tom Pachorik. This is the Hawk Ken Harrelson from New Comiskey Park. Just a gorgeous, gorgeous facility. Outfield short, swung around to the left. As the count evens at 2. We mentioned the former governor, Big Jim Thompson. Mentioned the chairman of the Illinois Sports Authority, Tom Reynolds. But a guy who has to take just a ton of credit, Wimpy, for getting this stadium built is the chairman of the board of the Chicago White Sox, Jerry Reinsdorf.
You got that right.
Got him with a fastball. Lance knew it, so Tanana comes out, strikes out Raines, strikes out Johnson, both looking, and here comes Robin Ventura. Robin off to a good start, hitting at .318, a homer, 4 RBIs. Robin says he's seeing the ball much better now than at any time throughout the course of the spring. Outfield straight away. Shelby just a few steps over towards left. 1-0 the count. Big Frank Thomas on deck. That's low in the count, 2-0.
Talking about Frank Tanana just briefly, in his first 3 years in the major leagues with California, he averaged about 265 innings per season. So that's a lot of work. You don't ever see that anymore.
Robin.
Oh boy.
Travis Fryman, good-looking youngster at third, not in time. So Robin Ventura picks up the first White Sox hit ever at the new ballpark. And with the way our club plays, it's apropos. It was a bunt single.
Oh, boy. And the trap is set. 2 outs, nobody on. And Robin did a great job. Fryman's playing back, so what he did, he just put that bad angle right down the first baseline. If you do that, the ball's going to go where it did nicely. And Fryman made a good effort. Robin does not have the greatest speed in the world, but the element of surprise really worked for him right there. And Big Frank gets a chance to hit here.
Short lead by Ventura. Big Frank takes it low. Also, congratulations on such a tremendous effort in working with the Illinois Sports Authority. Goes out to Vice President of Stadium Operations, Terry Savarese.
Yes, sir. First time I've seen Terry without one of those crash helmets on.
I know. He always had them on.
Oh, man.
That curveball misses in the count 2-0. Well, Terry devoted about 25 hours a day for the last 3 years in trying to get this facility built, working with the architects.
He did good.
He did very good. Magnificent.
Oh, boy.
Pull a string on a 2-0 count with the curveball.
Here's another question for you, Hawk. What do you think of the batting eye here? That background, the light blue.
I like it. Preferably, I'd rather have green for my taste, you know, so to speak.
Or black.
I never liked black that much. I like the dark green for some reason. You know, again, it's just my own individual. Black, it was, for me, picking up the spin on the ball was a little tougher with a black background. And the dark green, it seems like I could see the seams a lot better.
Yeah. Well, the black background, a lot of times those umpires rub the balls up so much that there's a lot of black on the ball.
2 balls and a strike, 2 out. That's it deep into right center field. Rob Deere has the bead. Back near the track, makes a catch, and it'll retire the side. Nothing across. 1 hit, no errors, a man left after 1. As you look at Old Comiskey Park, no score. The story, top of the 2nd inning. For the Tigers, it'll be Tettleton, Deere, and Shelby. Mickey, a switch hitter, hitting 167. He is 3 for 18 on the season. Right-hander Jack McDowell as Tettleton trying to take a page out of Ventura's book, and the count 0-1. Okay, we're going to give you a shot right here, our producer director Skip Ellison, of just how the hitter is going to see that ball coming out of Jack's hand. If it looks like that, no wonder he's got 20 strikeouts and only giving up a few hits.
I know I couldn't hit it.
No.
You could put it up there on a silver platter right now, but Jack's got the good delivery, as you can see. There's a good strike right there, called by umpire Steve Palermo, one of the better ones.
This is a good crew right here.
Yes, it is.
This is a real good crew. Rich Garcia, the crew chief, at 3rd. Larry Young at 2nd. Mike Riley. Mike Riley is one of the most talented umpires, and he's losing that pinky a little bit. That's popped up into short center field. Ozzie. 1 gone. A lot of talent in this umpiring crew this afternoon. And it is the first of a 3-game set. Sox will have an off day tomorrow. And of course, there's the other Bo. There's a Tigers version of Bo, former University of Michigan great coach Bo Schembechler, who is now president and chief operating officer of the Detroit Tigers.
Bo came to scout some linebackers and tight ends today.
He came to see Jackson.
Yeah. Want to know if he had some eligibility left.
Here's Rob Deere, 30-year-old right fielder, hitting at 160. Takes the breaking pitch high.
And the other Bo. We'll take him.
There's our Bo. who just misses, and the count 2-0.
Found out why Bo never fumbles at football. My goodness, he's got hands like meat hooks. You got a strong grip, but his is outrageous.
That's right on the corner of the heat. Yeah, when I saw Bo in the training room, shook hands. He does have a nice grip.
Oh boy.
Fastball misses, and McDowell behind in the count 3-1. And this is another great thing too for all our White Sox viewers, as in the old Comiskey Park you could not see home plate when you were sitting at home from the center field camera shot. Now you can see it right there and get a much better idea and enjoy the game even more, as Ventura has plenty of time over to Big Frank. 2 gone.
Good pitch right there on 3-1 by McDowell. He got Deere way out in front and turned the top hand over, hit a weak ground ball to third base. That's not what you want to do on 3-1. Watch it right here. See, he's reaching. He pulls off this ball slightly. He wants something in on him that he can pull, but he tried to pull a pitch away, and there you see the result. 5-3.
Here's John Shelby, center fielder. Shelby, another switch hitter. 3 for 8 on the season. A ball and a strike. Checking some American League scores for you. Red Sox leading the Royals 1-0 at Fenway Park. Baltimore shutting out the Brewers 1-0 in the second at County Stadium. That's inside 2-1. Everything else in the American League is under the lights. Texas at Cleveland, and the A's take on the Angels. They have won the first 3 games. I thought that was only a 3-game set. Must have been a 4.
Yeah.
3-1 to count.
Come on, California, you got to win it.
Yeah, that's what we're hoping. We're hoping
yeah.
that everybody in the American League West can play decent. You know, you don't, as we mentioned, you don't want Oakland running up any 10-3, 9-4 season series edges on everybody.
Yeah. Well, you said it early on that if everybody is competitive, there's a chance for somebody to sneak in there in a close pennant race.
That's into short center field. Lance Johnson makes a catch. That'll retire the side. An easy 1-2-3 inning for the big 6'5" right-hander Jack McDowell after an inning and a half. No score. You are so right. The new Comiskey Park, the new Field of Dreams. As we go to the bottom of the second inning, no score. It'll be Fisk, Sosa, and Snyder to face the southpaw Frank Tanana. Now Pudgley's got to follow the script.
Oh yeah, he can rise to the occasion. Come on.
Look at all those beautiful Sox jackets. Boy, it's amazing. Amazing how many of those Sox jackets we've seen. They are gorgeous.
We were the first to wear them, weren't we?
Yes.
Or was it Herb Schneider that night, remember? Got ours
they
the
sent them
next day.
up to us and sold out the next day.
Uh-huh.
Here's Pudge hitting at .391 on the season. Takes a curveball low. Of course, Carlton, 43 years old. He's seen a few new ballparks.
Look at there.
Arlington Stadium in '72. Royal Stadium in '73. Exhibition Stadium up in Toronto when they came into the league in 1977. The King Dome, the Hubert H. Humphrey Metrodome, and the new Comiskey Park. Well, if you played in all those new ones, you had to be a pretty good player.
Yeah, you got to be good.
1-1 the count.
You know, the reason I brought up that batting guy earlier is because I was talking with Pudge. There you see his career numbers against the Tigers, very imposing: 24 homers, 84 RBIs, and 281. But he was a bit concerned about that blue background. Felt like it was a shot through there. Now he's not. Yeah, he said it's a great hitting background. That's exactly what he said. Well, he went out and got this one. Frank nailed the outside corner on the previous pitch, and Pugsley went out there. Watch the pitch. Change up. Pudge waited back, kept his hands back. That was the key, a bullet over Trammell's head. So the Sox with their second hit, watch him keep his hands back. Kept them high too. So he got the back heel off the ground, head down on contact. That's a nice hit.
Here's Sammy. Pretty good hack at a fastball, and a count 0-1. And a reminder, you can be a part of the action Saturday, April 20th at 12:15 p.m. when the Sox take on these same Detroit Tigers. All fans in attendance Saturday, this coming Saturday, will receive a 1991 White Sox calendar as part of opening week at the new Comiskey Park. So for tickets, just dial Ticketmaster 312-831-1SOX. One and one the count to the Panther. A lot of dignitaries, as you would assume. In case you just joined us late, in attendance today, the former governor, Big Jim Thompson, who was so instrumental in getting this park built. Fastball off the plate, and the count 2-1. Commissioner of Baseball sitting right beside Big Jim, Fay Vincent. And we also understand that the Vice President of the United States, Dan Quayle, will be here. Oh, good changeup right there. The ball's going to stay fair. As Sammy cued it right off the end of the bat. So Carlton in the second, one gone.
Well, you'll see that a lot against Frank Tanana. You really have to stay back. You got to sit on Frank. You got to think up the middle and opposite field. Watch Sammy open up way too early. That front hip went out, and that will take your shoulder and head. So he just cue balls this one off the end of the bat. Even Cecil, so much spin. That's a heck of a Massey shot he made right there. But Cecil made sure the ball was in fair territory. Fisk does get to second base. One out for Corey Snyder.
And with the Sox team speed, you're going to see a lot of those balls right down the line come back into play.
Aha. Another trick.
Another trick. Here's Curry.
Well,
got to get Curry on the right track here. Waves at the breaking pitch.
Yeah, like Sparky does when Walt Terrell pitches at Tiger Stadium. What about 2 tons of dirt right in front of home plate? Wet it down real good and
Let
go
him
with
go.
that sinker. Throw that sinker.
Boy, that scoreboard out there is just magnificent.
Isn't it beautiful?
Yeah. 0-1 the count to Snyder. Oh, and 2 the count to Corey. As we mentioned, the dimensions here, they're fair. 347 down each line. That's just a little long, but you make up for it when you go to the power alleys only at 375. And 400 straight away center field.
Yeah, a little bit smaller than the old place. You know, this place reminds me of 3 different ballparks, Hawk. In the National League, I see a little bit of Dodger Stadium, the way this thing is configured, and possibly Anaheim.
I see some of Yankee Stadium as well here, and some of Kansas City.
Yeah.
So it's a combination, but overall, I think it has this, obviously, as that curveball. He tried to backdoor and missed, and it's 1-2.
I even see a little bit of Sky Dome, the background, the scoreboard, that area.
It certainly has its own characteristics, though, once you put the composite together.
Yeah.
The 1-2 delivery. Watch out. Trying to get that fastball in there, and Frank got away with one. That's not a good pitch for him in that count, in that situation. And, of course, there's a man who's seen a few new parks himself, George Anderson. He is like that good old bottle of good red wine. He gets better as he gets older.
Yeah, one of the great managers of all time.
He is.
American and National League.
I think he's a better manager now than when he first came into the American League. Is that pitch inside?
Yeah, well, when they came in the American League, yeah, because, you know, when you were at that big red machine in Cincinnati, it wasn't too tough to write in Bench, Perez, and Pete Rose, Joe Morgan every day. Tigers, he's had to work. He's done I'm sure he has as you said, gotten better.
That's into right field. Rob Deere. Carlton halfway as it's out number 2.
Had there been no outs, Pudge would have tried the tag and possibly gone to third base because the ball was hit fairly deep. But you never want to make or even take a chance of making the last out of an inning at third base. There's Ozzie.
Who's your pick to click today, Wimpy?
You know what? I'm going to go with Ozzie, even though against the lefties, because I just think he's ready to really start doing some damage. And yours?
I was going to go with him, but I'll go with Scooter.
Good call. Get down.
A little looper. Whitaker goes back, has room, makes the catch, and that'll retire the side. Nothing across. It was a leadoff single by Carlton Fisk after 2. Zip, zip.
Guys are in White Sox baseball is the good guys at Dodge, where it's advantage Dodge.
As you get a look at beautiful new Comiskey Park from our high home camera right up here in the booth with us, and of course the shot of that beautiful scoreboard. But our congratulations and a big White Sox yes to Mark Clausen, the guy who's running this camera, and his wife Julie on the birth of their newborn daughter Camille Jean, 6 pounds 9 ounces, and everybody's doing fine. Our newest White Sox fan, Travis Fryman, 21-year-old, good-looking 21-year-old third baseman. He's off to a pretty good start, hitting at .320, a homer, 7 RBIs, out of Lexington, Kentucky.
Well, he had 297 last year in a short stint with the Tigers. This guy is a definite star of the future. One of our real picks to click. Even last year, you see he's got great composure both on the field and at the bat. He is a tough out right now.
And they say his best quality is his tenacity. So he loves to play hard and he loves to win. He hates to lose. He's got good quick hands on that bat. He can get the barrel, the head of that bat out there in a hurry. 2 balls and a strike. Wimpy, you look marvelous in that tux.
Thanks, Hawk. I was going to say the same thing about you. Be glad when I take this thing off. How about you?
My tie's killing my neck.
Stranglehold.
Everybody in the White Sox organization and connected with the organization had on the tuxedos today, which I thought was a very nice touch. 3 balls, 2 strikes.
And the significance, of course, with the black tuxes and the
silver
gray, or the silver cummerbund and bow tie. And I got a pair of shoes that are just killing me. I'm taking them off right now.
Okay. Payoff pitch. That's a souvenir into off the facing of the upper deck, down into the lower deck, and the count remains 3-2. That's right. It's a great tribute and a great legacy that will be left here at Chicago for many years. But it's our tax dollars that pay for it. Wow. Wow.
And Dan Rowan is out there someplace.
Where's Dan? We got to find Dan. He was up there in Euchre's seat just a few minutes ago. I'll tell you, the fans are going to have a great time with these upper deck seats, as that's a high ball 4. So the first walk issued by Jack McDowell, leadoff hitter aboard. And that'll bring up the DH, Tony Phillips.
Well, all these seats were built at New Comiskey and centered around home plate, so every seat is a good one. No poles to look around, as we had in the old ballpark, and every seat is a good one. And those ones upstairs look like they're all right too. Because it's not built, it's built more straight up like Oakland, that ballpark. Good grief, if you're in the top row of the upper deck, you can't even see the field.
There goes a runner. There's a shot. Foul. Thank you.
Oh, the more I watch Tony Phillips, the more he likes, you see him like that inside fastball. Hit that homer off Jack McDowell on the first pitch of the game at Tiger Stadium. Inside heater. Looks like you got to keep the ball away from him. And down.
Look at these seats here at the new ballpark. You got plenty of room in the aisles and plenty of room in between seats. As you mentioned, it's not like you're sitting in some parks where you got your knees up somebody's back.
Yeah.
Once again, Fryman takes off. Once again, that looked like the straight steal there. He didn't even pick up the ball, and the count 0-2.
Well, Sparky was aggressive with these guys at Tiger Stadium. Of course, you're going to have to do some things. You can't just sit back and rely on that 3-run homer. Tigers have that potential, certainly, to strike out an awful lot of times. There's George. He'll think of something. I'll tell you, he'll keep these guys in contention. You know, they're 4-4, but they're only one game out of first place in the American League East. And they're hitting 192, which is dead last in the American League.
Tigers with that 192 average, a 3.58 team ERA. They have 6 homers. They've stolen 9 bases in 11 attempts. Splitter down and the count, a ball and 2 strikes. There you see at the first pitch of the ball game, the jack threw off the facing of the right center field upper deck at Tiger Stadium.
Wow, he's only 2 for 30 on the season.
2-2 the count.
Now, he lined out a few times, did have a sacrifice fly also in that series. Tony Phillips did. Swung the bat pretty well, though. He was making pretty good contact, but no luck. 2 for 30 is not the way you want to start a season off.
Jack out of sync just a shade as compared to his first 2 starts against the Orioles and the Tigers. There goes Fryman. He will steal it. Carlton thought he had the strike. Well, that's 2 uncontested stolen bases by the Tigers.
Like Pudge was just framing the pitch. And Fryman was off to the races, and by the time he was expecting the strike 3 call from Steve Palermo, didn't get it, and Fryman was already standing on second base. Got a great jump. Well, Phillips' job right here is to get him to third with less than 2 outs. He's got to try and pull. And that's what he does best, left-handed.
He gets the job done. Scooter gets a nice little Butterfield bounce right there. 1 out with Fryman in the third. Mickey Tettleton and Veda Pinson right there in the background with the glasses on. There's Veda sporting a mustache. One of the swiftest players to ever play the game. And he could hit.
Yeah, he's one of the most underrated players probably in recent history. He was a great one.
And absolutely one of the nicest human beings you ever want to meet.
Yeah, a real gentleman.
Here's Alan Trammell. He had an infield single as the Sox bring their infield in. Dowell does not have as good command of the splitter as that one misses low and inside. Nor does he have the good command of his fastball that he has spotted so well in his first 2 starts. Splitter misses and the count 2-0 to Alan Trammell, who is a very fine fastball hitter.
Oh, is he ever? Here's the guy the Tigers want in this situation, a great contact hitter. 2-0 count, runner at third and less than 2 outs. He's the guy they want up there. He's driving that run.
That was not a bad pitch at all by McDowell. Even though he got it up, he took something off, had Trammell way out in front, and I'm surprised a little bit at Trammell on that 2-0 count, going at something that he wasn't going to get Fryman home with that swing.
Oh boy, you see those numbers, 379 with runners in scoring position last year. That is outstanding. As you look at Fryman at third,
well, Jack and Carlton taking a lot of time in between pitches. Three and one the count. '25-year-old right-hander, 6'5", 180 pounds, going after his 25th career victory. There's a shot, base hit in the right. Travis Fryman will score the first run ever here at New Comiskey Park, and the Tigers lead it 1-0.
Three and one is excellent hitting time. You see Travis Fryman being congratulated by his teammates in the Tiger dugout. But Trammell, 3-1, gets a fastball right there, middle of the plate. He was thinking right center field, hit the ball in the air. He came up with a line drive. So he's 2 for 2 with an RBI. That is his 6th on the season.
So indeed, the Tigers, who have been very aggressive against the Sox in Detroit and thus far today, 2 stolen bases already, as Trammell takes off. Fisk low throw, not in time. So they are 3 for 3 in stolen bases.
Well, that's what got him their first run right there. It doesn't look like McDowell is keeping him very close. Didn't look like Pudge had very much of a chance. Of course, the pitch is down and in. The throw a one hopper, and Trammell just gets in there in time. So another man in scoring position with 1 out. And as Hawk mentioned, 3 stolen bases in 3 innings. You got guys all over the bases.
Whitaker. Nice block by Fisk. And Jack struggling. Falling behind virtually every Detroit hitter. Whitaker had a single back in the first inning. Oh, we've talked so many times about McDowell takes a long time unloading the home plate.
Yeah, he does. And I'm sure Sparky Anderson, realizing that, is going to take advantage of that fact. Doesn't have good control. Tiger hitters have been hitting ahead in the count all afternoon. There's another ball.
3-0.
Yeah, of course, in this situation, well, with Fielder coming up next, he's the home run and RBI leader. Look, you necessarily want to pitch around Lou Whitaker, who has been hot since he came back from that injury. See if he's swinging here. 3-0.
Low ball 4. So the second walk issued by McDowell this inning. Wimpy, well, the guy that caused you to have your feet hurting and to wear the tux is in the booth. You can get on him if you want to.
Who? Mike? Mike Busick? No, Rob Gallus.
Rob Gallus, the
yeah.
marketing director, vice president in charge of marketing for the Chicago White Sox, who's done such a great job since coming to the organization.
Oh, no, Rob's great. I like mine. I think I'm keeping it, too.
Right. Jeff Toborg, not exactly pleased with what he has seen thus far. Sammy Ellis will go back to the dugout, and here's Cecil Fielder. Cecil flied to Sosa in the first inning. 1-0 Tigers. A run on 3 hits, no errors for Detroit. No runs, 2 hits, no errors for the Sox. Outfield swung around to the left. Big hack by Fielder, and a count 0-1. Snyder in left, Johnson in center, Sosa in right. As Trammell at second and Whitaker at first take their leads. Fastball off the plate, and it's 1-1.
Last year, Cecil Fielder hit .310 against the Sox, 7 homers. Wow. Only Seattle tied the Sox with most home runs given up to Cecil Fielder last year.
He had a couple
RBIs.
of rockets against us last year. Oh boy, did he ever. That's high in the right field. Sammy goes back. That ball is deep. Sammy on the track, looks up. You can put it on the board. A 3-run homer by Cecil Fielder, and the Tigers lead it 4-0. Cecil's first homer of the season.
That ball really carried. Looked like he hit that one pretty much the way he did the one in the first inning. That one just kept going and going and going, easily into the seats, way back into right field. So Fielder now with 9 RBIs on the season, and this is 9th ball game. Take a look at it. It's a fastball, same pitch he got him on the last time, but he got a little bit more of it. And it looked like it got caught in a jet stream way out of here. 4-0 Tigers.
Pete Incaviglia takes a fastball high. As we mentioned, it was fairly obvious that McDowell struggling and well out of sync. This doesn't have as good rhythm. 2-0 to Inky.
It almost appears to me, and not being real knowledgeable about pitching, but it looks like he's jumping at the hitters, really not staying back like he was in those first 2 ball games. That will definitely have an effect on his control.
3-0 the count. Some scurrying around down in the Sox pen, but nobody, at least that we can see yet, is warming up. That's 4 in a row. So the 3rd walk of the inning. Jack walked Travis Fryman to lead it off. He stole second. Phillips got him over to third. The single by Trammell, the walk to Whitaker. The dinger by Cecil. That'll bring up the catcher, Mickey Tettleton. Popped up to Ozzie his first trip. There goes the runner. That ball hit high down the right field line. Sammy giving chase in foul territory. He'll run out of room. Back in the 2nd row. And the Tigers are definitely going to test McDowell and Fisk when they get on the base paths. Much blame them. They've been fairly successful at it.
Boy, 3 for 3. And that puts in the back of the pitcher and catcher's mind too, or they're not really, you can't concentrate as well on getting that hitter out when you got the base runner on your mind, in the back of your mind anyway.
Now we'll have some activity down in the Sox pen. Right-hander Brian Draymond. There's a strike on the inside corner, and quickly it's 0-2. So for a change here in the top of the 3rd, Jackson on top in the count. Mickey Tettleton punched out 160 times last year. That's major league record for a switch hitter.
Well, they will punch out. No strikeouts though for McDowell on the afternoon. There's Brian Draymond, had that outstanding spring for the Sox, making the ball club.
Hard hit. Big Frank. He'll go to Ozzie. Nobody there as McDowell had a lapse He thought Big Frank was going to get back. They get Incavilla. 2 gone. Should have been a pair.
Well, here's a play right here that Frank's got to take himself, and that's what I'm sure behind Jack McDowell's reasoning right there. The ball was hit pretty much at Frank Thomas. He wheels. He made sure of one, which was good. Frank has had trouble in the past throwing. Watch him get in good throwing position right here. He does. Makes a good throw to Ozzie. Ozzie's looking for someone. He could have easily gotten back to first base.
Well, he could have, but he didn't, and the pitcher cannot assume that. He's got to get on over there.
Very true.
Yeah, Frank could have taken it very easily by himself. As Rob Deere steps in.
Oh boy, they're taking some swings.
Yeah, they're just absolutely unloading on McDowell right here. And when you're not getting your fork ball over, the splitter, you're not getting a breaking pitch over, you become a one-pitch pitcher. You're facing a big, strong, fastball hitting team like the Tigers. They're going to take some hacks at you.
Yeah, they can hit the fastballs. Well, we said at the outset when we were in Detroit that if you're mediocre, if you have mediocre stuff, the Tigers, probably more so than any team in this league, will take advantage of that and just pound you. Got good stuff, you can strike them out, throw the ball by them.
Yeah, you better be getting at least a couple of pitches over and changing speeds on one of those two if you're going to have any success against the Tiger offense.
I'd go as far as saying that they've taken more good swings today, and we're only in the 3rd inning, than the other 2 ball games at Baltimore and Detroit combined. They just couldn't get the Jack. Hopefully he'll be able to regroup. Good pitchers have that ability.
Sox trail at 4-0 as a 1-1 pitch. Cues it over the Tiger dugout.
And this is not an atmosphere that the Sox are really going to thrive on. Falling down 4 runs early in the game. Sox are more of a pesky team. 1 or 2 runs is really no obstacle because you know they'll come back fighting. 4 runs, 5, anything more than this is going to be a little bit tough to come back from because of the lack of the big inning potential.
Runner takes off as the ball fouled back right to the right of us. So Tettleton will go back to first. And what is becoming more and more a phrase in sports, not just baseball, but basketball and football as well, taking the crowd out of the game.
That's a great point. Real quiet here. Boy, and that you got to get momentum back on your side too, because we have seen shifts in momentum even early on in this season. The Sox were down, the other team comes back, they get the momentum, but we've been able to turn things around in a hurry. Next inning will be an important offensive inning for the Sox.
That is hit deep to left field. Snyder looks up. You can put it on the board. A tremendous 2-run homer for Rob Deere. And it's a 6-0 Tiger lead. Mercy. So the botched up double play certainly came back to haunt McDowell. And here comes Jeff Torborg.
And that's Rob Deere's first homer. 6 RBIs now. Here's a pitch right there, right in his wheelhouse. Looked like the ball went down a little bit, but it came in there about thigh high, not moving a whole lot. And as you can see, Rob Deere just creams it. I'll tell you, you don't make those plays for you defensively, and that can happen. Look at the extension right there, head going down on contact. We hadn't seen that swing from Rob Deere yet this year until right there.
All right, Jack McDowell just didn't have his stuff this afternoon. A break in the action, and we'll be back to give you the numbers on the right-hander Brian Draymond right after this.
The 3rd inning at beautiful new Comiskey Park, and the Tigers jumping all over Jack McDowell with 6 runs on 5 hits. All 6 runs coming here in the 3rd inning. 2 off the bat of that big guy right there, Rob Deere, a 2-run homer. Cecil Fielder, a 3-run shot. And Detroit can really hurt you if you are not on top of your game. Right-hander Brian Draymond coming on to work for the Sox. He appeared in one game. That was in New York over the... He's 5.40 earned run average, working an inning and 2/3 against the Yankees. He gave up 2 hits and 1 run. That's why his earned run average is up there at 5.4. But he made the ball club because of the good spring training that he had. Last year, Brian was at Birmingham, 6-4 record with a 4.08 earned run average. He had 17 saves for the Barons. He's 6'3", 205. Lives in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. So, Brian, your job right now, long relief, is to hold them right there. Give the Sox offense a chance to get back in groove because there's 7 more innings to go. And you're still in this game.
Center fielder John Shelby will be the first hitter to face Draymond. Ventura even with a bag at third as he takes it low. Outfield swung around to the left. Out of play, and the count 1-1. Six runs on 6 hits, no errors for the Tigers. No runs on 2 hits, no errors for the Sox. And control. When you talk about the Tiger offense, that ball laced into left field. Corey giving chase. He will not make the play. 1 hop off the fence. Shelby good speed into second base, his second double of the season.
Well, I'll tell you what, the Tigers are turning this ballpark into a bandbox. Here in the 3rd inning, boy, Shelby just hammers this one over Corey Snyder's head. 1 hop to the wall. Good opposite field power right here. He gets the sinker up a bit, about thigh high. Bryant can't pitch upstairs. He's got to be around the knees with the sinker and the slider that he features. So runner at second base now. Still 1 out for Travis Fryman.
Fryman started this inning off with a base on balls. Then he stole second off McDowell. Overthrows a slider right there, and the count 1-0.
Well, he had a key at bat too, Hawk. He battled Jack McDowell, walked in that 3-2 count.
Another slider that hangs high and inside. 2-0. Jack walked 3 guys, and then there was the, as we mentioned, the screwed up double play that would have got him out of the inning with just 4 runs.
Yeah, he might have regrouped and gone on. That's why that play could be very significant if the Sox offense comes to life today.
Watch him on this fastball, but it's low. 3-0 the count with Tony Phillips on deck.
Well, do you turn him loose here? Do you try to really drop the hammer on him?
You got a man in scoring position, 2 out. You got a 21-year-old who's a good-looking player. Dadgum right. Taking all the way, and the count 3-1. So much for that. That's into center field. This is going to end the inning, but not before the Tigers do some damage. Coming up with 6 runs on 5 hits. 4 hits, check that. After 2.5 from New Comiskey Park, 6-0 Detroit. Well, a very unflattering line score as we go to the bottom of the 3rd inning, as the Tigers have jumped on the Sox for 6 runs. 3-run homer by Cecil Fielder, his first of the year. 2-run homer by Rob Deere, his first of the year. So for the Sox, it'll be Fletcher, then the top of the order, Raines and Lance Johnson. Scooter hitting .360 starting off. Hello.
That's real good. He's the only guy that hadn't hit in this ball game. Tigers have batted around twice.
Outfield spread out short. And a reminder that Saturday, May 4th at 6:05 p.m. the Sox take on the Boston Red Sox. And following that game, all fans in attendance will enjoy a fireworks extravaganza courtesy of Drumstick Ice Cream. So for tickets, just dial Ticketmaster 1-312-831-1-SOX. Curveball as he checks it up on the attempted bunt. And the count 1-1. Scotty wants a new baseball or a look at it. Ozzie. One delivery. Down low, 2-1. Right now, let's pause for station identification.
This is WGN-TV Chicago, America's #1 sports station.
And along with the Whimperoo, Tom Paciorek, this is the Hawk Ken Harrelson. Beautiful new Comiskey Park in beautiful Chicago. As the Sox got a whole bunch of work to do. That's lace foul. And the count 2-1. Check that, 2-2. Big Frank Tanana, 37-year-old veteran, 6'3", 195 pounds, out of Detroit. Lifetime mark of 207 and 197. But as Tom told you earlier, 26-14 lifetime against the White Sox. That is the most victories against any club. Shortstop Alan Trammell. One gone. And you see Frank with those 207 career victories. Russell 214, the Dutchman 279, and Ryan at 302. Those are the most wins by the active pitchers with 200 or more. Look at Hugh.
Chuck, he's right there, 186, and Charlie spent a lot of his career in relief, so tougher to get those wins. Bert Blyleven, as you mentioned, yesterday is gone for the year after surgery on his right shoulder. Raines takes ball one on the slow curveball.
Raines, the strikeout victim in the first inning. Fryman even with a bag at third. That's out of play over the Tiger dugout. A souvenir. And the count 1-1. And it was nice to see in some of the pregame festivities some former Sox who a lot of you will recall. Els Hendrickson, Gene Bossert, of course, was Roger's dad, groundskeeper. That's just foul, says Rich Garcia. Chico Carrasquel, Billy Pierce, Carlos May, Minnie Minoso, Patty Rigney Belloc, Mary Sharon Rigney Kellens. All before the game, wearing different uniforms of different eras. And of course, as Rob Gallus, great promotion last year and turned back the clock day. I love those uniforms, and outside of those, I love the ones we have right now.
Yeah.
In this era.
Yeah.
Talking to some of the Yankee and Tiger and Oriole players in the last road trip, they absolutely love the new Sox uniforms.
Oh boy, no.
Just checks it up on the hook, 2-2.
Boy, Frank's throwing that slow curveball like he would in a slow pitch softball game, isn't he? Just flipping that thing up there, trying to get the Sox hitters to get themselves out. Right now he's got that 6-run lead. He's going to tantalize them.
Comes inside off the foot of Raines, and the count remains 2 balls, 2 strikes. Now we get a final from Fenway Park.
Look at this.
A 3-hitter for the Rocket. Saberhagen pitched well, but he lost it. He's 1-2. Reardon picked up his second save.
That guy's good, Clemens.
How much money is he making?
A lot. More than we could ever imagine.
Saberhagen only gave up 4 hits. The line score in that game was 1-4-1 for the Red Sox, 0-3-1 for the Royals.
Jeez. Day in and day out. Roger, is he the best right now alive?
He's the best.
Yeah.
He is no doubt about it. I don't care who you want to go get.
That's right. I agree with you. Doc Gooden's very good for the Mets, but I got to go with
Give me that 21
the
out there
Rocket.
on the mound.
Yeah. Yeah.
21 dog will get after you, too.
He will do that.
2-2. Full count to Rock.
Although the best stuff I ever saw in a season, I was fortunate enough to be on that team in '85 with Doc Gooden. 25-4 with an earned run average well under 2. Howard Johnson said at the end of the year, Doc, if you didn't lose those games, we'd have won the pennant.
There's a shot base hit right back through the middle on the 3-2 pitch. So good speed aboard. And the Sox, who were beaten 10-1 yesterday to have that 6-game winning streak snapped. Turn them loose, Jeff.
Da-da-da-da-da-da.
Well, you know one thing. It's so exciting as we saw last year, and regardless what the score is, these Sox, they will not pack it in.
Oh, no. They will battle you. And Tim Raines, one of the things you're really looking forward to is Tim Raines. He's a 300 career hitter. There's no reason why he won't hit 300 this year. His on-base percentage is .235 coming into this game. The Sox are still 6-1. When he gets it going, you're going to see something exciting.
He's gone. You can stick it in your back pocket right there, Mickey. Tanana, as we mentioned, does not have a good move. Tettleton had no shot at him. Mickey's got a strong throwing arm.
He does.
Not that strong.
Carco's got no chance on this one.
No.
Watch it. Boy, does he have quick feet. Look, and he's halfway there before Frank even thinks about delivering. No, sir. See the straight leg slide into second base. That's the quickest way to get there.
0-1 to count as a slow curve. Tell you one thing. Unless Trammell can do a little something right there, Rock's liable to go on into third base. I tell you, I always like that move of when you're trying to get a little something going right there. You got speed like Raines. He steals it. You got a breaking ball pitcher out there on the mound with a count 0-1. Take off on that next pitch.
Yeah.
Trammell way back. Little looper in the left center field. Shelby looking at Deere. Deere making the call. That's out number 2. The Minton Sox are not going to hit a whole bunch of home runs, so they got to play when they're down, especially by 6. Not Deere, Icavilla, I should say, in left. Deere's in right, but you got to take some shots. Now, it'll look bad sometimes when you fail, but it doesn't make any difference. That's part of the style of our White Sox.
Now you got to keep your head in the game that way too. Aggressiveness. That's what got the Sox 94 victories in 1990, and no reason to think that it wouldn't do anything else in 91.
Robin had a bunt single, a beautiful bunt single in the first inning. The ball gets away from Tettleton and gets Stevie Palermo.
Oh boy. Play, you got him on the arm.
Yeah.
I guess that was the one good thing about those balloon chest protectors that they used to have, huh, Hawk? At least that protect the umpires a little bit better than those things that they have right now. He's hurting.
Yeah.
The hand or the arm, wrist. Yeah. He got it square too. Nobody laid a glove on that one, it appeared. Looked like Robin striding into that inside pitch kind of blocked the view of Tettleton, and he didn't get any leather on it. Or if he did, he got very little. Let's take a look. See, it's the inside fastball. Jeez, he might have just tipped his glove. Oh, man.
And Mickey really didn't have a good reaction to that pitch.
Oh, that wasn't a real good effort. Steve Palermo's arm saves Frank Tanana a base right there, because that ball should have gone back to the screen. 1-0 now on Robin Ventura. 2 out, and Raines at second base.
That pitch misses and the count 2-0. Tanana gives a long look in at Palermo. 2 balls, no strikes, 2 out here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. 6-zip Tigers. Right side, Lou Whitaker should have no problems over the big Cecil, and that'll do it. Nothing across. There was a line shot single to center by Raines. No errors of men left after 3. 6-0 Detroit. Jacket. We have seen a whole bunch of those in the crowd this afternoon, some 44,000 plus. But a reminder, you can plan a special pregame party below right field, right out there in the new Comiskey Park on the Kingsford Charcoal patio area. Party packages are available for groups of 20 to 1,500 people. So for more information, just call the Sox sales office at 312-924-1000. Go see Bobby and Bruno Bertucci out there, and they will definitely fill your gullet.
I have been there.
Leadoff hitter, the DH, Tony Phillips. Switch hitter, slide to left, and he's bounced to second. Right-hander Brian Draymond in relief of Jack McDowell. Little looper in the left field. Curry's got to hurry. Hurry, can't get there. Falls down. Now he's going to have to hurry if Phillips is going to get into 3. Here's the throw in. Not in time, so Corey falling down out there, and Phillips has his first triple of the year.
Things just aren't working out this afternoon. Pretty good power right here shown by Tony Phillips. Well, all the Tiger hitters. There you see a sinker. That's a good job of hitting right there. Could have been a little bit farther away from him, but good movement on the pitch. Corey Schneider was going in a little bit. Really didn't get the proper angle. Should have actually took a couple steps in, and that really prevented him from having any chance. But still a good effort by Corey. Couldn't get the ball in as it rattles around there, so he's at 3rd base. Nobody out for Trammell.
Here's the Tiger captain, 2 for 2 in RBI. Takes a slider strike. Wimpy, that's the first good slider that Draymond has thrown. Brian very, very nervous in his debut at Yankee Stadium, which is very understandable. Overthrew a couple of sliders there and got hurt. There's a base hit. Trammell 3 for 3, and it's a 7-0 Tiger lead.
Well, one of the keys to the Sox sweeping the Tigers last weekend in Detroit was that Trammell didn't really do any damage. They pitched him very effectively, but right now he's on fire. 3 for 3, a couple RBIs, really leading the Tiger offense. He had the first run back. Well, that was last inning. 3 hits, 8 hits now for Detroit.
Yeah, Allen was 0 for 6 in those 2 games.
Yeah.
Here's Lou Whitaker. He single, walked, scored a run. This Keystone tandem. 13 years they've been out there for the Tigers. Ventura gives chase over by the. Does he get it? Nope. Just out of reach is one of the fans. I think you'll see Robin probably would have made the play right here, except for that.
Yeah, it's tough fighting the fan right there. Things go wrong. They go wrong in bunches.
As we said, you're going to win 60 and you're going to lose 60. It's what you do with those other 42 in the middle.
You got that right.
A shot off the glove of Big Frank. That's a fair ball. Trammell on his way to 3rd. He'll get there as Whitaker moves into 2nd. So still nobody out, and the Tigers putting a hurting on the Sox pitching this afternoon.
Now that's ruled a double. Boy, Lou Whitaker got the head of the bat out right here. He just hit a bullet. Frank Thomas had very little time to react. Hits off his glove. Watch the swing right here. Watch it. Gets the head of the bat right where he wants it. Head down on contact. I tell you, Detroit hitters are just not getting fooled this afternoon at all. So runners now at second and third. Great hitting situation for Cecil Fielder, who hit a 3-run homer his last time up. First of the season.
Hit it into right center field. Breaking ball low. If you joined us late, we had mentioned earlier that during batting practice, since this is the first time that they have hit here, the ball did not carry well at all to left field. It was carrying very nicely to right with that north wind, that northeast wind blowing in. But of course that will flip-flop once the warm weather comes. Up high, 2-0 with Incavilla on deck. You don't want to give in to Fielder right here. Activity down in the Sox pen. A southpaw Ken Patterson, son of Gene.
From Waco.
Well, he hung him one right there and got away with it. So it's 2 balls and a strike. There's Kenneth.
Even the bullpen area is really nice. You know, just almost like that, the one in Kansas City. The grass is just perfect out there. Everything's so well manicured.
Low with the sinker, 3-1. The grass here is just absolutely fantastic. Roger Bossert, not a blade out of place.
Yeah.
That's low. So Cecil Fielder will mosey on down to first. That'll load him up. First walk issued by Draymond. Here comes pitching coach Bo Ellis. Sammy Brillo.
And Brian may be asked to bite the bullet here this afternoon.
You know,
pitch a couple extra innings.
Jeff didn't manage good yesterday, and Sammy didn't coach good.
No. We didn't announce good.
Nobody did anything good. Got beat with a 6-game losing streak. There's the skipper. Boy, what a job he and his staff have done.
Well, Mama said there'd be days like this.
Oh, there's going to be a bunch of days like this. But fortunately, there are going to be more good ones than bad ones with our club, as Joe Nossick looks on.
Well, here's Inky. 0 for 1, fly out in the walk. He's got a chance to do some damage right here. Bases loaded and no one out.
Outfield swung around to the left. Snyder very deep near the track out there in left field. Ozzie going to go to first base. They get 1. Trammell scores, and it's an 8-0 Detroit lead. RBI number 3 on the year for Incavilla. Everything has been just super all day, except for that score you're looking at, where you just saw. As Tettleton steps in, he's popped to short, and he hit into a force play. Takes the sinker strike.
And Mickey Tettleton's a good matchup for the Tigers against a Brian Draymond right here. He's a low ball hitter. Brian's best pitch to him would be down and away, and that's in Tettleton's joy spot.
A little duck snort out there is going to score a pair as they're going to wave Cecil around. Corey with a gun. High throw. Cecil scores. Tettleton goes into second on the error by Snyder, and it's 10-0.
Tettleton very strong, and that ball just tailed over the middle of the plate, middle outside half of the plate. And he gets himself 2 RBIs. He's been struggling. He's got 3 now on the season. Jeff Torborg out to the mound right now. there will be a pitching change.
Well, the right-hander Brian Draymond will depart. The southpaw Ken Patterson will enter, and we'll be back to give you KP's numbers right after this. A beautiful crowd here at New Comiskey Park as a pitching change. The Tigers are on top 10-0. We got a roving guy out there, a fella. He's got front row seats. Dan Rowan. How about it, Danny?
I don't know about front row seats you got. I will tell you one thing. Pachorik got me these tickets. And thanks a lot. I appreciate it.
Look where he is. Would you believe that? I'll tell you.
Hey, I'll tell you what, though. It's really not that bad. You can see everything from right here. But if you move over to these seats, you're obstructed by the yardage or distance sign here. So they might have to make a little adjustment. But all in all, it's not too bad way up here. Good
Danny,
view
how
of the lake, too.
How about the view? I was getting ready to say, how about the view of the city?
Well, you can see the Sears Tower, Prudential, and the Hancock, and forget it after that.
Oh, boy.
But
That
you
is
can see the lake, you guys.
That's
right
a solid driving wedge up here. I've changed my mind. It's not a three-wood, Whimperoo.
Well, I could shank a couple up there, I'm sure, if I was looking the other direction. And a pitching change for the Sox. It'll be left-hander Ken Patterson. Ken, who did such an outstanding job for the Sox last year, has no record, no earned run average this season. He appeared in one ball game, pitched an inning, and gave up nada. So Patterson out for the second time. Get some innings in today and get that confidence level up for future tight ball games.
Here's Rob Deere. He cranked out his first homer of the season last inning. A tremendous two-run shot off Jack McDowell's. He takes it inside. He just turned that northwest around about halfway up in those seats in left field. Of course, not too many guys can hit him any further than that big, strong guy right there, Wimpy.
No, you're right. When he gets in a groove, Hawk, I'll tell you what, he's awesome. But
Go ahead.
Yeah, well, when he's in his little slump now, that's another story.
He still mystifies both of us. We've talked about it. He just looks like he should be, you know, at least a 270, 280 hitter.
Yeah.
30, 40 home runs a year. Now, he looks like that. Of course, he got a big strike zone up there. And until he learns how to get that thing compacted a little bit, he's not going to hit for high average.
Yeah, well, his power is certainly down in the strike zone, and he swings at a lot of high fastballs that are up, gets himself out that way, and will occasionally go after the bad breaking ball in the dirt. Now, there's a lot of people in that Tiger lineup with the similar characteristics. You look at Incaviglia, Mickey Tettleton. You know, they're low fastball hitters, and you make a mistake to these guys, and they will flat out murder you.
Yeah, but of the three, he's got a little more style, so to speak. You know, he looks like, to the eye, if you didn't see him hit, he looks like he was going to be a lot more better average hitter than the other guys.
Yeah.
1-2. Breaking ball down and in. 10-0 for the Tigers. 0-3-0 for the Sox. Second day in a row the Sox have, after such a beautiful job the first 6 games, they given up a whole bunch the last 2. Jammed him, popped him up over by the Tiger dugout. That'll be out of play. Boy, was it great to get to the ballpark this morning. First of all, it was just great to get up and see the city. The city looks beautiful. For Chicago, one of the most beautiful cities in all the world. Very clean. I got up at 5:45. Wimpy looked out the window and I could see all of Lakeshore Drive, part of the lake.
There you go.
There she is. She is just magnificent. Then coming to the ballpark, walking in this new facility, plus seeing a lot of friends we hadn't seen in a couple of months from spring training and then the start of the season. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. That's deep in the left field. Curry goes back, looks up. You can put this one on the board. Deere reaches out, hits a line drive in the lower seats. His second homer of the game, and it's 12-zip. We've talked about it. This Tiger Ball Club, unless you have good control, you make some mistakes on them, and they're going to have, the Tigers going to have a lot of these games this year.
Well, it looked like he hooked this one. Looked like a changeup that got it out over the plate. And he's got so much athletic talent. There you see the changeup. It's down and away, and he just hooks this one. I mean, this ball just takes off like a bullet into the front row, as you can see over the 347 sign. We've got 12-0 Detroit. My. Watch this swing. See, he stays close and really goes down and gets that pitch. The back heel is off the ground. Good contact. That's just great hitting right there.
Shelby with a 1-1 count. KP a little angry, reaches back and grabs a little extra, and the count of ball and 2 strikes. Foul down by Alex Gramis, the Golden Greek coach at third. Over into the photographer's well. There he is.
Well, he's been with Sparky a long time,
Yeah,
hasn't
he's
he?
a good man.
Oh, boy.
Good man. Ventura, that's a fair ball. So the Sox not putting on any kind of show here for the opening day for the 40,000 plus.
Yeah, Hawk, we sure would like to take a mulligan on today's action. There's no doubt about that. Any chance of raining yet?
I don't know if we can let them hit enough.
Yeah,
Of course, those Eries are going to go up a little bit.
They got to be getting a little tired now running around those bases.
They give Shelby a hit. Bob Rosenberg, the official scorer. Travis Fryman checks up and takes a ball.
Well, from the expression on Robin Ventura's face, obviously he felt that ball was foul. A little bit of nonchalant there by Robin, but Shelby at first base with a single. That's his second hit.
One and one the count. Two balls and a strike on the off-speed pitch. Big Frank playing behind Shelby as Jeff Torborg. He just is like the quarterback. When you go back to pass and your protection breaks down, you got to eat it.
And you're getting creamed. Boy.
Well, a very special pleasure as joining us in the booth now is the Vice President of the United States, Mr. Dan Quayle. Dan, Ken Harrelson, how are you? Nice to meet you. This is Tom Paciorek. Is his mic on? Please cut his mic on. Okay, good. Well, you brought us some good luck in Baltimore, but unfortunately things aren't working out quite so well today.
You know, I'm afraid that the home team is not going to invite me back. Baltimore, the Chicago White Sox were visiting, and they defeated them rather soundly. And unfortunately, today things aren't going the White Sox way.
Well, you know,
I've
been impressed with Dan Quayle since the election, and I was not impressed in Baltimore with your control at all. When you set the catcher down, all of a sudden he told him to get out. He stood up.
The only thing I was trying to do is to make sure that I didn't throw it in the dirt. And it went high to the right, and that's my comfort zone.
Tony Phillips at the plate. What do you think about our new Comiskey Park?
I tell you, it is impressive. And I was talking to a number of the fans down below, and they love this stadium. So they're having a wonderful time looking at the stadium and less than wonderful time watching what's going on in the field, but there are going to be other days.
You dadgum right. We were just talking about it. You know, in baseball, there's an adage, you're going to win 60, you're going to lose 60. It's what you do with those other 42. And we've got a very fine club here. We're very proud of them. And we're going to have a lot of winning days in this new beautiful facility, as that's into left field. That's deep. Corey Snyder back on the track, and you can put this one on the board. A 3-run homer, and it's 15-0 Tigers. But
well, didn't your mother tell you there'd be days like this?
Yes.
And this is just one of those days that you're going to have to put up with it.
Yes, I know that certainly in a politician's life, there are some things that are sometimes said or written that that are not true that you got to put up with.
You're absolutely right. I've got a lot of empathy with the folks out there on the field.
Well, I'll tell you, we are so proud of the president, yourself, the chairman, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Colin Powell, the Secretary of Defense, Dick Cheney, and the effort that you guys did. I think that you have brought, I know in my adult lifetime, I don't think I've ever had a more proud feeling of the United States of America and for our government.
Well, thank you very much, Ken. That means a lot to me and to the president and everybody else that participated in what was a clear-cut victory. And the accolades and the thanks go to the men and women that were willing to put their lives on the line, went over there, had a mission, and accomplished it with a tremendous capability.
You know, when you're talking about something like that, it sort of makes a 15-0 score seem a little insignificant, doesn't it?
It sure does. You just come out and enjoy the environment, the festivities. You got a new ballpark, and look, the Chicago White Sox won what, 94 games last year?
Yes, sir.
They're the most winning team?
We were the third most winning team, but we had the youngest team in baseball last year. We also have the youngest team in baseball this year.
But you got to start it off great. Last night wasn't good, now today.
Right.
But look, you got a good ball team out there, and you got a lot of games ahead of you. And, believe me, it's going to turn out all right. You know, my mom and dad are great White Sox fans. Over in Huntington, Indiana, I can remember many late evenings in the summertime, they'd sit up and be tuned into the radio, listening to the Go-Go White Sox.
Well, you know what you've got to do once you get a chance to get settled in again. You got to, if you can, get your golf game in shape. Come on back up here, and we'll go out and we'll tee it up. We'll get Wimpy and myself and you, and we'll donate.
Will I get strokes?
You're a good player.
I used to be a good player. I'm not. I can get it in the hole every once in a while. I don't play very much, but I love the game.
I know you don't play. You don't have a chance to play.
Do I get some strokes if I play? Or not?
Give you all you want.
Well, maybe we'll just play even.
Okay. Boy, it is really a pleasure to have you here and have you at a great event like this. And I saw you sitting down there with a gentleman who just was very instrumental in getting this ballpark built. And that, of course, is the former governor, Big Jim Thompson. And our thanks to him. He was absolutely fantastic in the effort to get the new Comiskey Park.
No, I was talking to Governor Thompson about the fight that he had year in and year out with the legislature. And he prevailed. And he put on I guess a 2% hotel tax that people that are going to come in and use it and help pay for the ball stadium. So he looked at me and says, all of you outsiders are helping build this ballpark.
That's right. There's another base hit by Whitaker. Well, you know, the thing about it, too, it goes hand in hand with just the impressive facility itself is the fact that this ballpark came in on time and under budget, and you very seldom see that happen today in anywhere and anything.
Well, we got to figure out how they did it, because I got a few projects for them in Washington, because I'm not too sure of any government project that is on time, ahead of schedule, and under cost.
Well, of course, the Illinois Sports Commission with Tom Reynolds, they were all involved, and the chairman of the board of the Chicago White Sox, Jerry Reinsdorf. And, you know, Big Jim, I happened to be very aware of what was going on that night at the legislature, and there was a little unplugging of the clock to get this thing done, and all of a sudden Big Jim goes down on the floor, and I'll tell you, he must have said the right thing, because pretty soon, and he was instrumental in keeping the Chicago White Sox right here in Chicago.
No, he did. He did a tremendous job, and he's very proud of it. And he was having a good time until the third inning.
Right.
At the top of the third inning, things started heading south.
Here's Big Cecil Fielder. He has homered, his first of the year. There's a shot base hit. And this is just right here, as the vice president just said, he's a good sports fan. There are going to be days like this, and you just sit back. As we mentioned, Wimpy, you know, when you go back to pass and your protection breaks down, you're going to get hit.
Yeah, and get hit hard a lot of times by some big guys. There's some big guys in that Tiger lineup. Do you have a favorite ball player?
I don't have a favorite ball player right now. When I was growing up watching the White Sox, I can remember Nellie Fox and Billy Pierce and people like that. But
Ken Harrelson.
Ken Harrelson, that's right. But I don't have as much time to followed on a day-by-day basis to have a favorite player, but they got you got tremendous talent out there.
Yeah.
Wonderful teams, great spirit, and guys that can really hit that ball.
Peter Cavilla, the hitter, 16-0 Tigers. And for some reason, there's the breaking pitch and the count 0-2. But for some reason, you know, with the opening of the new stadium and everything, it just doesn't. The score seems again insignificant today, because that it's hard to say in baseball the game's not the thing, but for some reason today the game really has not been the thing. Wimpy, you know, the players coming in last night were anxious to get here. As Cavilla goes down, and that's out number 2. Some of the 40,000 plus.
It's a good little scoreboard production there. You're out.
We've got a terrific scoreboard out there. If I could maybe get off the baseball just a second and delve into a very serious problem that you and the president have about the Kurdish people, and you have taken a position now that you're indeed going to give them a safe haven. You're going to make some safe camps for them. Is that not correct?
Yes, Ken. What the president's decided to do is to say, look, anything north of the 36th parallel, stay out. The president could not wait for a coordinated international response to begin the humanitarian relief effort. People are dying now. Our military is over there providing food and clothing and sheltering. As a matter of fact, we have in the pipeline right now food, clothing, and sheltering for 700,000 people for a period of 30 days. That's like taking care of the city of Richmond, Virginia. It is the most massive humanitarian relief effort in modern times. And it's sad, it's painful what's going on. We don't like it. Saddam Hussein is responsible for it. The sooner he's gone, the better. But in the meantime, we're going to make this extraordinary effort.
Well, I, for one, am certainly happy and thankful that the president and his advisors chose not to send and lose any American lives being involved with the internal strife of another country.
Well, many people were advising outside, not inside the administration, outside the administration, were advising the president that he ought to go into Baghdad, occupy Baghdad, go and get Saddam. That might feel good. It might give some short-term relief. But I don't believe the American people ultimately would support the idea of the United States going in and occupying Iraq on a long-term basis. The president did not feel that it was an objective that he was willing to pursue. We want him out, but we weren't willing to go in and to have a permanent occupation, involve ourselves in a civil war with no clear end. And we did that once before. And we've learned from the past. And the president, I think, has handled this thing flawlessly.
I agree, and thank you very much, Mr. Vice President, for joining us up in the booth. Welcome to the great city of Chicago, the great new ballpark. Welcome to also to WGN, and the continued success, and the best of luck to you and your family and the administration.
Thank you very much. It means a lot. Good luck.
Robin Ventura, long peg, yes, in time, and that'll do it here. As the Vice President of the United States has graced our booth, he will leave. They'll go to the bottom of the 4th inning. The Sox having a tough go this afternoon. They trail it 16-0. Story is the Tigers scored 6 in the 3rd, 10 in the 4th, 16 runs, 16 hits, no errors for Detroit. No runs, 3 hits, and 1 error for the Sox. As opening day at New Comiskey Park has been successful in every respect, Wimpy, except the score.
Yeah, at least they missed that extra point there in the 3rd inning. That's about the only thing we can say good about today's action. It's been tough. I'll tell you what, it's no fun to be out on that mound this afternoon.
No.
Tigers are really just swinging the bat. Of course, they got 10 runs on 10 hits this last inning and putting a little damper on the festivities today. But as the Vice President said, there's going to be days like this. Mama said there'd be days like this. His mama said it. Yours did. Mine.
And all of us here at WGN would like to welcome a group of Sox sponsors in the WGN Skybox, headed up by Gary Costley, president of Kellogg USA. We spent a little money with him. Kellogg's.
Oh, yeah.
Bill Lynch, of course, president of Leo Burnett USA. Marshall Johnson, general manager of the Chicago region. Toyota USA. Of course, WGN's contribution to the affair. How about Jake Finley, director of sports sales? Old Jaker, as Big Frank will foul it off in a big WGN welcome to all of those gentlemen. Some defensive changes. There is De Los Santos coming over from the Kansas City Royals. Luis at third base. Big Frank takes the ball and the count 1-1. Big Frank flying to right field in the first inning. That's out of play.
There's Dave Bergman. Fine defensive first baseman. He's coming in for Cecil, giving him the day off, rest of the day off. Cecil was 2 for 3 with a 3-run dinger. And he had another RBI single.
Just off the inside corner from the southpaw Frank Tanana. Slow curveball hit into left center field. Shelby broke back, now goes over. So Shelby makes a catch in left.
And Shelby starting the game off in center field has moved over to left, and Milton Kyler is now in center field.
All right, so the Tigers, if you're keeping score with us at home on this very historical day in White Sox history, Tigers defensively have Shelby in left, Kyler in center, Darren right. Around the horn, Bergman at first, Whitaker at second, Trammell the shortstop, Luis De Los Santos at third, and a battery of Tettleton and Tanana. Here's Pudge. Pudge had a solid single to left leading off the second, off the end of the bat. Trammell bobbles it. Now right over the top in time as Bergman makes a nice scoop. And there's 2 gone.
Allen must be a little tired from running around the bases this afternoon. Kind of bobbled that one a couple of times and then threw one in the dirt. A good play there by Dave Bergman. Keep Allen from grabbing an error. So 2 out now in the 4th inning.
Here's Sammy. He cued one down to Cecil Fielder. His first trip, takes the ball and the count 1-0. And also our congratulations to a gentleman who was just in the booth with the vice president, the Secretary of Transportation, Sam Skinner. Boy, he and his group got together and they just averted, I should say, that railroad strike, which would have been very, very costly to a lot of people in this country. That's on the outside corner, and the count 1-1. Popped up right side. This should be playable. Bergman in foul territory. Makes a catch, and Tanana, for the first time in the game, retires the Sox in order. 1, 2, 3. After 4, Sox, they're losing.
Right.
Look at the past, the present, and the future. All in that shot, old Comiskey Park, where the memories will never leave. They will always remain right there at 35th and Shields. But right across the street, a legacy for our children, and probably the finest athletic facility in the world. It is a tribute to the great city of Chicago, state of Illinois, and to the great people who live here. Rob Deere leads off the top of the 5th inning. Deere a couple of homers, 4 RBIs, as Ken Patterson delivers to Matt Marullo, who has gone in behind home plate in place of Carlton Fisk. There's Matthew. Well, he came in and stung one yesterday, pinch hitting. First AB of the year. Off Eric Plunk. Ripped it into left center field.
Sure did. Here's a reminder to come to the new Comiskey Park on Sunday, April 21st, as the White Sox conclude their series against the Detroit Tigers at 1:35. All fans in attendance will receive a 1991 magnetic schedule fouled off, and that'll be courtesy of Gatorade as part of opening week at New Comiskey Park. For tickets, call Ticketmaster at 1-312-831-1-SOX.
Ball and 2 strikes, no out here in the top of the 5th inning. Dero's gone. He'll grab some bench.
Yay. Hey, here's a good changeup by Ken Patterson. The replay coming. See it, he kind of digs it in the back of his hand. Same arm action. Good speed, good action right there. Going down and away from Deer. So the leadoff man is out.
Shelby got a couple of hits. 2 for 3. Of course, you probably are noticing the wide variety of shots coming your way, directed by Skip Ellison this afternoon. WGN has employed 11 cameras, a helicopter for all these beautiful shots. There's a strike.
What, no blimp?
0-2 the count. We got to get on Dennis Fitzsimons and Jimmy Zerwick about that. Where's our blimp? One and 2 the count.
That's right. We've been taking weight off lately.
Soft fly ball to Lance. 2 gone. Yes.
You ever recall a game like this that you participated in, Hawk?
Sure. I remember we opened up one year. I don't know if it was in Boston or Cleveland. And after the 2nd inning, I think it was 9-0 against us. Just a tough day. Well, you know, hey, it's going to happen again. It's not going to be the last time that somebody scores 16 runs against us. Luis De Los Santos. That's into center field. KP's going to have himself an easy 1-2-3 inning here in the 5th. That'll do it. And after 4.5, 16 zip Tigers. Story here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Tigers cranking out 4 homers, 2 by Rob Deere, 1 by Cecil Fielder, Tony Phillips. They lead at 16 zip. For the Sox, it'll be Snyder, Ozzie, and Scott Fletcher to face Frank Tanana. Of course, we have shown you Dan Rowan, our guy who has been in all those faraway places in this ballpark. Dan's in one of the super suites right now with some fellas up there. And after the pitch to Corey, we'll go join Dan. Strike and a count of 0-2. All right, Daniel.
All right, Hawk. Yeah, we're up in the sky boxes now, and I'll tell you one thing, it's a lot more comfortable here than it was up in that top row. Gary Costley standing by here, the president of Kellogg's, and he's a Tiger fan, I hate to say, and he's having a great time up here.
It is fun.
So, you know, in this corner of the box anyway, all is well, even though it is 16-0.
Ball and 2 strikes to Corey Snyder. Inside 2-2. Kellogg's going to have a Tony the Tiger day here at New Comiskey Park. Boy, there's some great promotions coming up. There really is. There's a little cue job. Tanana, plenty of time. 1 gone. I still like that silver and black pack, though, Wimperoo.
Yeah, that's a great deal. That's as good a deal as kids are going to get anywhere. Mike Riley making the call right there, first base umpire. Boy, Frank Tanana's really got the Sox hitters eating out of his hand right now. Of course, it is tough to maintain that concentration when you're spending most of your time out in the field, about 95% of it. this afternoon. But Walt Riniak, he wants those guys to give competitive at-bats to get ready. You know, a hit today is still not that bad. It counts in your batting average. And these are one of those days where you just got to try and get yourself a couple of hits and get yourself mentally prepared for the next ball game, which will be on Saturday.
This is more of an individual day. First of all, Wimpy, it was very difficult for the players to get focused in, the White Sox players, to get focused in in concentrating on the ball game with all the hoopla going on, as that is popped up to center field by Craig Graybeck, hitting for Ozzie. Milt Kyler makes the catch, and it's 2 gone. With the new ballpark and all the interviews that were being conducted by the media, electronic and written, those guys that you're looking at, we're talking to each and everybody. They were very accommodating, and of course when you do that, you're not going to be, you know, right on track concentration wise.
And normally you would have an off day before you open up at home. Not so with the Sox, as we played yesterday in New York. And you know, you don't want to make any excuses for anybody, but the fact that they would have handled all that stuff, say, yesterday, and today would have been dedicated to baseball.
Joey Cora hitting for Scooter, goes out to Whitaker, and that'll do it. Another 1-2-3 inning for Tanana, his second in a row, and after 5, 16 zip. One Peru, Tom Paciorek. This is the Hawk, Ken Harrelson. Tony Phillips will lead it off as the Sox trail it 16 zip. Now you can see what Phillips has done. Has 2 homers this year, both coming against Sox pitching. Takes a strike and the count 0-1. Shot by Graybeck. So Phillips with his third base hit. He's 3 for 5.
Boy, Tony Phillips has really gotten in the swing of things. He came in hitting .069 on the season, but boy, he has just hammered the ball. Triple homer and single. 147's not good, but heck of a lot better than that .069 that he was looking at prior to the game. Here's Trammell.
He's lifted his average a little bit as well this afternoon. That's out of play. 0-1. There you see Joey Cora. He remains in the game at second base, and Craig Graybeck will be at shortstop. Off the plate and the count 1-1. Trammell 4 for 4. 2 RBIs. 2 runs scored. This should be a pair. You can rack them up. 4-6 to 3. 7th double play of the year turned by the Sox.
Joey Cora is an excellent little middle infielder. He can play some defense. You can see Graybeck coming across the bag just the way they're taught. So they get a chance to turn 2 right there. Trammell out for the first time. He's now 4 for 5. And Tony Bernazard is coming out to hit for Sweet Lou Whitaker. Tony.
That's a foul ball, as Whitaker was 3 for 3. Couple of runs scored. Right now, let's pause for station identification.
This is WGN-TV Chicago, America's #1 sports station.
Beautiful new Comiskey Park. A fabulous, fabulous facility. Bernazard drills a single right back through the middle.
Well, our thanks once again to Captain D's and Connie's Pizza for sending over a couple. Thank you. Oh, we're going to get fat. I know it.
And that spinach pizza is outstanding.
Oh, it is. Put it right on my hips.
Here's Dave Bergman in place of Cecil Fielder. Cecil was 2 for 3 this afternoon, his first homer of the year. 3-run shot in the 3rd inning. cue shot. Matt Murillo. Quickly, yes, in time, that'll do it. Nothing across. There were a couple of hits. Where's the man left? And after 5.5, 16-0, Detroit.
There you see some of the concession stands here at Comiskey Park. The best food in baseball right here at New Comiskey Park, the new palace of baseball. As we go to the bottom of the 6th inning, it'll be the top of the White Sox order. Rock Raines, followed by Lance Johnson and Robin Ventura. Changeup by Sir Francis. Frank Tanana pitching a 3-hit shutout. He's pitching just as well today as he did the other night in Detroit. He had a couple bad breaks. His defense really let him down in that ball game. He went 8 2/3 innings. Gave up 4 runs. They were all earned. But he still pitched a fine game, and had it not been for a couple of blue pits, he'd have been in there right to the end. So Raines with a 1-1 count. Rock hitting 156 as he stands in the box. Changeup hitting the air to center. Kyler's there, no problem. 1 down. And one of my favorite topics, food. There's a pizza stand. That's a nice. Well, I imagine the fans are getting a workout back and forth to their seats. From a White Sox standpoint, not a whole lot of good things happening today. Lance Johnson 0 for 2 on the afternoon. Lance hitting at 207. Tanana misses with the fastball up high. Tigers defensively playing Lance straight away, shifted in the outfield a little bit to left. Fouls that one back. Tony Bernazard is in the game at second base. We all remember Tony. He was a White Sox player for 3 years. 81, 82, and 83. Did a fine job. Went to Cleveland and spent the last 3 seasons in Japan. So getting back to the big leagues with Detroit. Oh, drop down curveball. Lance hits it up the middle. And Lance Johnson beat it out. Oh my, he showed great speed once again going down the line. That's about the 3rd infield hit Lance Johnson has. You know, a lot of guys wouldn't have run down hard down the line. As you can see, the play up the middle, good hard throw, but Lance in there. Tie goes to the runner. Lance beat it, and he gets himself a base hit. He's 1 for 3 now for Lance Johnson. Robin Ventura takes strike 1. Robin had a bunt single in the 1st inning, grounded the 2nd and the 3rd. That was Tony Phillips in at shortstop. Alan Trammell finished for the day. Tony started the game out as the DH, and now he's moved into shortstop. That means that Frank Tanana will hit when his spot comes up, when Trammell's spot comes up in the order again. Robin takes a curveball down low. I thought that was Phillips when he was making the play, but I didn't want to go out on a limb and say it because he started the game as the DH. 2-1, fouled straight back. Bergman playing behind Lance Johnson at first base. Sox down by 16. 4 hits against a veteran left-hander from Catholic Central High School in Detroit. All-around athlete there. Draft choice of the California Angels. Pitched for 1 year with Boston, a few with Texas, and now with the Tigers. 2-2 now on Ventura. Robin hitting .333 on the young season. Trying to get it going. Hey, might as well get a couple hits if your team's down. 2-2, slow curveball hammered in the right field. So Ventura has his 2nd hit on the afternoon. He waited back nicely on that curveball, drilled it in the right. Well, you can see Robin getting out in front a bit, but he did keep his hands back. His weight was all on that front leg, kept his hands back nicely and drove it in the right. So Robin 2 for 3 on the afternoon. And a rally. Come on, Frank. Frank Thomas at 172 as he stands in there. Flied out twice. Fastball hit right in front of the mound. Tanana has one play. That's at first, and he gets him. Good fielding pitcher is Frank Tanana. Runners advance to third and second. 2 outs for Matt Marullo. And Matt Marullo, he's hitting a cool 1,000 on the season. Had a base hit yesterday in New York in his initial at bat on the 91 season. Hammered a Eric Plunk fastball in the left center field for a base hit. And he's got a chance to drive in a couple runs right here. That won't hurt him. Yeah, Hawk, it's one of those days where you just go out there and get a couple hits for yourself.
Yeah, you got to play for yourself if you're in a white uniform this afternoon. And by that, just try to have a or do something good that'll get you a little fired up for tomorrow.
Exactly.
Or in this case, you know, Saturday with the day off. There's a fired up youngster.
How about this? Would you rather play tomorrow? If you're a White Sox player, would you rather get after him tomorrow
Oh, heck
or have
yeah.
that day off? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Hit the second. Bernazard. That'll do it for the Sox. They threatened with 2 hits off Tanana here in the 6th inning, but the score remains. I won't even say it.
Don't.
You see it, top of the 7th inning here at New Comiskey Park. The Tigers putting one on the Sox this afternoon in the inaugural game at New Comiskey Park. For the Tigers here in the 7th, it'll be Kyler, Tettleton, and Deere. And a pitching change for the White Sox. Scott Radinsky comes in the work. He's 1-0. No earned run average so far. He's done a great job in 2 games. He's working just 2/3 of an inning, striking out Don Mattingly, getting a jam shot in a crucial situation against Jim Leyritz over the weekend. So Scott, he's been throwing the ball extremely well this season. Kyler fouling the first pitch off. Well, he came on in relief of Incaviglia a couple innings ago for defense, went into center field. John Shelby moved over to left. 2 for 14 on the year is Kyler. Fastball, jammer. Alex Grammas making the play. And a souvenir for a lucky fan. I'd love to get one of those commemorative balls today, Hawk. Are they going to be using them all year, or is it just today?
I think it's just today, Wimpy, as you look at the right-hander Don Paul starting to loosen up for the Sox down in the pen.
Breaking ball.
Backdoor him right there. And talking about that baseball, there it is. You can see Bobby Brown, who also is in attendance this afternoon, the president of the American League. Comiskey Park, inaugural year.
Beautiful. 1-2. Brodinsky's got a good live arm.
You know, when you talk about beautiful, baseball has done such an outstanding job in marketing this product. It's been absolutely phenomenal in the last 6 or 7 years. There's a chopper right side. Cora's got to hurry. Doesn't make the play. It'd be a base hit for Kyler. But you know, you can start back with the former commissioner Peter Ueberroth, who really got baseball to thinking about marketing the game, and they have done such a marvelous job. Fans now can get things and acquire memorabilia or hats and shirts that they were never able to acquire before. Beautiful.
Oh, yeah. Places like Grandstand, just down the street from Comiskey Park. Those beautiful jackets. Here's Mickey Tettleton. He's 1 for 4. 3 RBIs, though. Rad, oh boy, no well, how'd they rule it? Well, Kyler stayed at first base. He thought it was a foul ball, and now he takes off for second. I'll tell you, Radinsky's ball jumps around so much. It's tough sometimes to put leather on that thing.
They're still talking about that fastball that he struck out Mattingly on. Put in a bit of a quandary there when he saw that gas coming up. Well, that ball just exploded as you look at home plate umpire Steve Palermo.
That was the first time Mattingly struck out in over 100 at bats.
Yeah, about 105 ABs.
Yeah, 105, yeah.
Look at that.
Oh
That's just heat.
It's got that nice, easy, fluid motion. The ball just jumps at you. When he throws strikes, he is devastating. He's one of those guys that can aim for the middle of the plate, and the ball is not going to be there. There you go. Bye.
Another one.
1-2 now to Tettleton. Mickey batting .227. Switch hitter batting right-handed against Radinsky. Oh, so long.
Well, he just blew him away. That's unadulterated fire. Brad says, give me somebody else up there.
Next. Well, that high heat. Tettleton's a better high ball hitter right-handed than he is left, but he was no match for that fastball.
No,
here's Rob Deere.
It's tough to catch up to Brad, especially when you get above the thigh.
Yeah.
Started him off with a breaking pitch. With Deere sitting dead red, trying to make it 3 homers today.
Now he's got 4 RBIs. He fouls this one straight back. Deere batting just .207 on the year. Came in batting .160 though with 4 homers. Now he's got 8. Well, 4 RBIs, that is. Now he has 8 on the season. He's the kind of guy that's going to drive in 4 or 5 runs a couple times during the course of the year. Oh, no match there. Late on the fastball. Well, the crowd, as you said, Hawk, was out of the game in the 3rd inning. Put a hush over it.
Yeah, Cecil Fielder took him out with that 3-run homer.
Tried the back door and with the curveball, it's a 2-2 count. Well, the one thing Radinsky did something over the offseason. I think it was more of a mental type thing with Rad, because after the first half of the season, he just really wasn't as effective as he was in the first. 6-1, but his ERA was over 4 as Deere hits one off his leg, and that's why he wears that shin guard. It still hurt. And that one may have hit above the guard.
Well, you get a fastball as quick and with the movement that Radinsky's has. Boy, it looked like he hit him just above it. You're going to see a lot of guys fouling pitches off their legs and their ankles and their feet.
It hurts any way you look at it. So Deere is going to hang in there with that 2-2 count. Kyler moved to second on what was probably a pass ball. And 1 out here in the 7th. Fastball, hold, goodbye.
And of course, our next game coming your way over WGN will be next Saturday. You can see the 27th against the Yankees. 7 o'clock start. And Thursday, May 9th at Skydome against the Blue Jays, the 9th and the 10th. And of course, the Crosstown Classic, the Cubs, that'll be the 16th. Follow the 20th in California and then Oakland.
And John T-Bone Shelby is the hitter. He started this ball game hitting .375. He's raised it 10 points, .385 as he stands in there. Swings and hits a towering high fly ball to right field. Sammy Sosa is camped, and that'll do it. So Radinsky works a good inning. He gave up 1 hit. We've completed 6.5 in Chicago. There it is.
It's on a 3-hitter shutout. Brett Sabenhagen, who threw a 4-hitter, 1-zip at Fenway. Baltimore leading the Brewers 3-2 up at County Stadium in the 7th. Later on, Texas at Cleveland, Bobby Witt against Greg Swindell. Dressendorfer will tee it up against California, while the Oakland A's against Lewis. In the National League, the Doyers leading the Padres 3-1 in the 3rd. Later on, the Cubs, Sutcliffe against Raybeck. Philadelphia at St. Louis, Mulholland against Tewksbury. And right here, bottom of the 7th inning, 16-0, Detroit. It'll be Sammy Sosa, Corey Snyder, and Craig Raybeck to face the southpaw Frank Tanana. Wimpy?
Yes, sir?
Very rude day.
Yeah. It's even cold now. Remember how nice and warm we were at the start of this thing?
Tanana misses inside in the count 1-0. Sammy has bounced to first, and he's popped to first. Outfield, straight away. Hard hit. Mercy. Tony Phillips. 1 gone. Boy, he scalded it.
He sure did. Hey, kids, you can be a part of the White Sox with a membership to the Silver and Black Pack. For only $15, you get a membership, which includes 6 coupons for 6 designated games, official membership card, free Cokes at White Castle, certificate, T-shirt, and fun stickers. Pick up your Silver and Black Pack application at your nearest White Castle restaurant. That's a great deal.
Good hammer. You dadgum right it is. I'm going to get Casey in there. Corey Snyder. De Los Santos. 2 gone. Right now, let's go to Dan Rowan, our guy in the stands.
Where is
well,
Dan?
I'll tell you guys, we're out here in the bleachers at the beer vendor section, and while the game may not be going so well, the beer's still very cold, and they're selling a lot of it out. How's sales so far?
Very, very good.
How are the tippers out here?
So-so. They could be better.
Now, you worked in both parks. Do you like this one better?
Well, I was in the other one for 10 years. I like that one, but this one's much nicer, newer.
As long as they keep buying, huh?
Yep.
All right, back up to you guys. We'll get a cold one for you, too.
Bring a couple of them up, Daniel. We could have used them back in that 3rd inning and 4th inning parts.
That's a good place for him.
right for the beer, huh? Greg Graybeck takes the strike on the outside corner, and the count evens at 1. (16-18-0) for the Tigers. 5-1 for the Sox. We'll just keep that a little quiet.
It's the tuxedos, I'm telling you.
You know, for some reason, though, this is a. First of all, I don't recall one game like this all last year, but for some reason, it just doesn't hurt as bad with all the festivities and the momentous historic moment here in Chicago history and in White Sox history. Just didn't hurt quite as bad. Of course, on the players, those guys in white uniforms don't feel that way.
No, that's for sure.
Here's a 2-2 delivery. Fastball pops him up right side. And that'll do it. A 1-2-3 inning for Frank Tanana. That is the 3rd time he has done it after 7. There it is.
Honey.
Lions White Sox Home Run Derby. And you might win a trip from Chicago to Kansas City to see the Sox and the Royals, plus a super sweet party for 20 of your friends at the new Comiskey Park. Boy, that is quite a prize. It's all part of Southwest Airlines' 20th anniversary celebration. And you can find out how you can win later in today's game. There's the Pope. coming in relief of Scott Rudensky. Scotty had a pretty easy inning in the 7th, couple of strikeouts. As De Los Santos, the third baseman. He's 0 for 1. He flied to center in his first and only at bat.
And Jeff Torborg trying to get his relief pitchers an inning of work since tomorrow's an off day. He hammers that one foul wide of third.
No balls, 2 strikes. Snyder, Johnson, and Sosa in the Sox outfield. Watch out. And it's 1-2. Round the horn, Ventura at third, Graybeck at short, Joey Cora at second, Big Frank Thomas at first, in the battery of Matt Marullo and Don Paul. Both managers treating this like a spring training game, as there's the punch out. Marullo will gun him out, so it'll be a strikeout for Paul. That is the 8th strikeout for Sox pitching today. Sandwiched around 4 home runs.
Well, they didn't miss their bats too much in that 3rd and 4th innings.
If you just tuned in, the Sox, I mean the Tigers, I should say, scored all 16 runs in the 3rd and 4th. As Tony Phillips. Tony flied to left, bounced to second, tripled, homered, and singled. Let's see. Dale Torborg.
Yeah.
On the left, along with Melito Perez. Jeff Sun. Up high. A ball and a strike. Roger Clemens 3-0 for the Bo Sox. Another shutout. We did not get the strikeouts. There's a bullet off the glove of Big Frank. Ball took a bit of a bad hop on him, Wimpy.
Yeah, it did. Hit hard. One hopper, Tony Phillips. I don't know how they're going to rule that one, but take a look at the split finger. It hangs up there about belt high. That's not where you want it. Big hop. It kind of skipped up there, Frank. And it will be a base hit. So Phillips on with his 4th hit of the afternoon.
Frank Tanana. He will hit as Phillips went into the shortstop, so they lose the DH. Not a bad hack by Franklin.
Hey, I'll guarantee you one thing, Sir Francis will give you a battle up there. He's a competitor. I can't believe he doesn't have any batting gloves though for that jam sandwich that we should be looking for here.
Outfield short and swung around to the left. 0-2 the count. "37-year-old veteran," as you see the Sox, how they defense Tanana.
Oh, I bet you he can't remember the last time he batted. Yep.
He'll grab some bench.
Yeah, that's right. 3 and you're gone, Frank.
So with 2 out, that'll bring up Tony Bernazard.
I'm wondering if he's going to yell at somebody, yell at Donnie, challenge somebody. Got him on the split finger.
Oh, and 1 the count to the former Sox infielder. A high ball gets away from Matt as Phillips will go into second base. Well, he does it a reminder that Sunday, May 5th. Well, that's Tony the Tiger Day at the new Comiskey Park. The White Sox take on the Bo Sox All children in attendance will receive a very nice gift. It's a helmet cereal bowl, and that's all courtesy of all the good folks at Kellogg's. So for tickets, just dial Ticketmaster 312-831-1SOX. The 1-1 pitch. Right side, piece of cake. And that'll do it. Nothing across. It was a hit. After 7.5 from beautiful New Comiskey Park. A bad score, 16-0.
Good did come. Yeah, that's easy for me to say out of this afternoon. Joey Cora gets his first American League hit, first in the Sox uniform. And what a smile. Yes, sir.
Are you?
Yeah.
You look it. It's Rains. Rock 1 for 3. Outfield bunched a bit. Mickey Tettleton has moved into right field. Andy Allenson, who was out there in place of Rob Deere, moves in behind the plate. So just about everybody on both sides have utilized almost all their players. Curveball low, and the count 1-1. Curveball strike. 1-2. Tigers with 6 in the third, 10 in the fourth. Way back. In case you joined us late, Jack McDowell started. Jack went 2 in the third, giving up 6 runs, earned 5 hits, 3 walks, did not have a strikeout. Jack just did not have his rhythm control this afternoon. That ball hit down deep, going foul. Of course, Honorable Mayor, great city of Chicago, Richard Daley, a big White Sox fan. As many of the 40,000 plus have departed, but they have their souvenir stubs, and that will be something they'll be able to keep, a meaningful souvenir. Also still remaining, that's one of the tough parts of the commissioner's job. He's got to sit through every pitch, whether it's cold, hot, raining, or everything. Fay Vincent.
Well, he's done a nice job in his tenure as commissioner.
The 2-2 delivery. Full count.
He loves the game, doesn't he, Commissioner Vincent? Boy, you see him everywhere. Always at the ball yard. Come on, Rock, get your
light him up.
2-hit game.
Joey Cora at first, Bergman behind him. He's not going anywhere. Hard hit Phillips. They'll turn it. Quickly 2 gone. We mentioned the Boston score 1-0 over Kansas City in the 9th inning at County Stadium. Orioles and Brewers tied at 3. Lance Johnson. Lance had an infield hit back in the 6th. Sidearm fastball. Not a whole bunch on it, but it hit a decent spot in the count 0-1. Another sidearm fastball, even caught more of the corner. And it's 0-2. Bob Verdi.
Yeah.
Well, I love that hat. He has got a chapeau on him. Right on the corner, call strike 3. That'll do it for the Sox here in the 8th. And after 8, Detroit 16, Sox 0.
Sox baseball is Southwest Airlines, offering everyday low fares and convenient flights to both Detroit Metro and Detroit City airports.
It's the top of the ninth inning, and a reminder this copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Chicago White Sox and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form without the expressed written consent of the Chicago White Sox. And you can see, join us in the booth now, I think, one of the finest writers in the country. Great columnist from the Chicago Tribune, and certainly one of the foremost golf writers, Bob Verdi. Senior, I love your chapeau.
You said you'd have me on if it was 16-0, right?
That's the only way you're going to get here, big guy.
Think you get a save here?
How do you think the ball carries here?
It appears that it carries well.
Bobby, you've been around. You have been to most sports facilities all over the world. Give us your impressions of the new Comiskey Park.
Well, I think it's great. Forget the score.
Right. The score today is meaningless, really.
It's great. You know, Sparky Anderson was saying before the game, Hawk, he says it's new, but it feels like a real ballpark. You know, it's not plastic. It's got real grass. It's chummy.
That's a good play by Robin Ventura off Bergman, and there's one gone here tonight. But you're right. You know, Wimpy and I were talking about it. It's got a little bit of Yankee Stadium. It's got a little bit of, you know, Anaheim, a little bit of Kansas City here, but it has its own fingerprint, its own identity.
Well, I think what a lot of the, you know, 90% of the people in Chicago, Hawk, aren't as fortunate as we are to move around and see other ballparks. And I think a lot of them have never seen the new ballparks, and therefore they think that new has to mean synthetic or sterile or kind of plastic. But obviously this is different.
Well, you've got the patio area out there that I was so pleased that they kept. You know, the fans are used to that at Old Comiskey Park. They can sit there and have some of that great food, watch a ball game, and of course the bowels, the inside, the guts of the stadium are just magnificent when you go down to the training rooms and even the sky suites here, the offices. What a difference from the old yard.
Well, it's terrific, and you know, again, not looking at the scoreboard today, but I don't think the ball players can help but feel better about their jobs.
Exactly.
About the franchise, about the where they're going, about the commitment of the White Sox by just walking in here.
Bobby Thigpen to Milt Kyler, and the count 3-2. Thiggy just getting innings work, as Wimpy mentioned earlier. Tomorrow an off day, so Jeff using his bullpen to work him out a little bit. But you know, that's such an important thing today, because the young players, and especially when you got the youngest team in baseball like the White Sox, their environment is very important. It's not like having a veteran team who could play in an older stadium. But when you got a young team and these youngsters, you know, that's the way they grew up.
Well, Thiggy was saying the other day, he said, you know,
that's into left field. Corey Snyder should make the play. Two gone.
He's saying, you know, if you're a fan sitting in a seat across the street at the old ballpark, everything looks fine. You know, the diamond looks the same. It's 60 feet 6 inches from the mound of the plate, but you don't see underneath where it's cramped for the ball players and damp and not really the best of working environments. And you're right, Hawk. You know, you played, and Tom, if you come to your office and you feel better about the surroundings, it's got to affect your attitude.
And you want to get there earlier and stay a little later.
Well, that's right.
Mickey Tettleton, so Thiggy's going to have himself an easy 1-2-3 inning. And Bob Verdi of the Tribune, thanks for coming up, big guy.
I hope you win Saturday.
Okay. That'll do it. Bottom of the ninth. Tigers lead it 16-0. Ventura against the Southpaw Frank Tanana, 16-0. Tigers are putting a hurting on the Sox with 2 big innings, 6 in the third and 10 in the fourth.
Hey, who is that guy?
Look at the nose on that dude. Mercy.
That's one of the best commercials I've ever seen. That one.
You can't believe how long it took me to study that script.
Yeah, great. You did a super job.
The 2-1 pitch to Robin.
Ow.
Watch out.
Look out.
And a reminder that Milk Duds Candies and the White Sox are teaming up to offer kids 6 to 16 a chance to be a bat boy or girl Winners receive great prizes and the chance to go on the field right here at the new Comiskey Park to meet White Sox players. Entry forms are available at Comiskey's advanced ticket window, so look for details wherever Milk Duds and Jolly Rancher candies are sold. Time is called. Also, a reminder that on Friday, May 3rd at 7:05, the Sox begin that series against Boston. And the first 20,000 fans will receive a collector edition pin with the old English Sox logo. That's a beautiful pin, courtesy of Scott Peterson. So for tickets, just dial 312-831-1-SOX. Outside, full count to Robin. They're going to have Bob Verdi back on prior to the Western this year, Wimpy. Let him preview the great Cog Hill Golf Course.
Oh, yeah.
Slashed foul. Boy, that's a story in itself right there.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
Dubs dread. I dreaded playing there.
You know, there is not a better golf writer in the world than Bob Verdi.
Wow.
3 balls, 2 strikes to Robin. He
Yeah,
is 2 for 3 this afternoon.
Yeah, but can he play golf?
No, not a lick.
Really? You got some of his money?
No, he's got some of mine. How to play. You give him his shots, and I'll tell you what, you got your hands full.
Come on, Robin. Get the tray.
Chopper right side. Bernazard very quickly. In time, Bergman. 1 gone. That'll bring up Big Frank. He's drawn the collar so far. He's 0 for 3. He's flied to right, flied to left, and then he's bounced back to Tanana. Changeup misses. They're in the extra innings at County Stadium. Orioles and the Brewers tied at 3. Later on, Texas takes on the Tribe in Cleveland. Oakland at California. There's the strike and a count 1-1. Dodgers leading the Padres 3. Check that. San Diego leading the Dodgers 8-3. That's in the 4th out at Jack Murphy Stadium. Later on, the Cubs will take on Jimmy Leland's Pirates at 3 Rivers, and the Phillies against the Cardinals at Busch Stadium. So in the inside corner, a ball and 2 strikes. Here's a guy we got to get going right here. Big Frank.
Sir. Yeah, Big Frank. Just not in the groove yet. And Frank scuffling in the early going here, hitting just 167. He's just not ahead in the count like he was last year. Instead of 2-1, 3-1, or 2-0, he seems to be hitting 1 and 2 all the time.
There's a shot in the right center field. This is going to be a base hit as Tettleton gets to it. Yes. Right now, let's go down to Dan Rowan and the Honorable Mayor of the City of Chicago, Richard Daley.
All right, Hawk, thanks very much, Mayor. The outcome is not what we'd hoped, but I think it's been a pretty good day for everybody.
Yeah, it has. I think the fans are enjoying it like anything else. You have your ups and downs in a ball game, but I think it's a great day.
Any suggestions for Jeff after the last 2 days?
No, he did a great job last year. We look for it. It's only 1 game, so we'll get on with it.
Okay, we'll let you enjoy the rest of the game. Thank you very much. Back upstairs, a Hawk.
All right, Denny. And indeed, he is a big baseball fan, a big White Sox fan.
Yes, sir.
Here's Matthew, checks it up, takes the ball. Sammy Sosa on deck. Matt 0 for 1, bounced out to second base. Average dropped 500 points. Two and 0 the count. Now feels shaded a bit to the left. He just misses this one. Just missed it. High in the right. Mickey Tettleton. 2 gone.
Well, Mickey surrounded that one in right field. He's not accustomed to playing out in the field. Catcher by trade. As a matter of fact, he started this game off behind the plate, trading positions with Andy Allenson, who's now catching. And Sammy's 0 for 3. He might as well get a knock.
makes it a lot easier on that off day tomorrow.
You're not kidding. That's right. A lot easier to live with yourself. 1 for 4 than 0 for.
This should do it. Right out in front of the plate. Tanana has shut out the Sox as they beat the White Sox 16-0. Nothing across. There was a hit, no errors, a man left. And Wimpy and I will be back to wrap it up right after this. One by Phillips, 2 by Rob Deere, his first 2 of the season. Also, that was Cecil Fielder's first. But totals on the board for today's ball game. For the Tigers, 16 runs, 19 hits, no errors. They stranded 6. For the Sox, no runs, 7 hits, 1 error. They also left 6. The winner, Tanana, he is now 1. Jack McDowell, the loser, he is 2-1. And Wimpy, regardless, this is one of those games you just write off, you just erase it, send it to Cooperstown, forget about it, because it was still a great day.
It certainly was a great day, a lot of great festivities. Hey, we're going to show up Saturday.
We will be here, and today's game has been produced and directed by Skip Ellison. Our coordinating producer of WGN Sports is Bill Borson. Today's associate producer was John Walgren and Joe Cornejo. Executive producer of WGN Sports is Jimmy Zerwick. Our next White Sox telecast on Channel 9 will be next Saturday, the 27th. Game time 7 p.m. The Sox versus the Bronx Bombers, the New York Yankees. Once again, the final score: Tigers 16, the Sox nothing. So for my partner, the Whimperoo, Tom Pachorik, our producer and director, Skip Ellison, this is the Hawk, Ken Harrelson. So long, everybody.
The magic number is 1 if the Sox get a